Доброе утро, уважаемые коллеги с УПСМ. Просьба большая, переименуйте себя. На английском языке пропишите имя и фамилию, пожалуйста.
Да, кто не сможет сделать это на английском языке, пропишите хотя бы на русском, а я уже переименую на английский. Спасибо большое. Спасибо, Джекшил.
Здравствуйте.
Доброе утро. Здравствуйте, Самаган.
Доброе утро, коллеги. Махсат Чумабаев и Бейчеев.
Доброе утро.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Let's wait a couple of minutes and then we'll start our training for today.
У меня телек, вас не слышно. Кайрат, вас тоже не слышно.
Доброе утро. Здравствуйте. Доброе утро. Au cotonete, la mai che. Questo è un cotone.
Чекшилык, не подскажете, вот среди участников есть Нурбек. Это Нурбек Керимбаев?
Нет, Нурбек Бактыбеков.
Ой, Нурбек Бактыбеков. Ага, хорошо. Я вас сейчас напишу, пропишу на английском ваше имя.
А Телек это Керим.
Телек Керимбаев, да?
Sorry, let's wait 3 more minutes and then we'll start. I can see some participants are still joining in.
Сейчас я другим участникам помогу подключиться, хорошо? Слышно нас? Силикин мягком человек устанавливается подключение.
Sure, thank you.
Слышно?
Aidana, are we good to start?
Yes, I think we can start.
Okay, perfect. Let me turn on my camera. Hi, good morning, everyone. Welcome all of you to the second day of our crash investigation training. And I would also like to express my gratitude to the participants for managing your time from your busy schedule to attend this training. I hope you found yesterday's session useful and interesting. I found yesterday's session was very thrilling by your active engagement and very interesting questions raised from your side. And if there are any remaining questions or comments you'd like to be answered from yesterday's module, which we discussed, we can just discuss right before we start the session for today. Please feel free to raise any questions and our team would be happy to respond them. And simply you can unmute your mic and ask the questions directly to the presenter. Also, I would like to inform you that the sessions have been recorded and will be provided after the event together with the presentations and other detailed content so that you can go back and look at it. After we discuss yesterday's questions, today we have more technical topics to be discussed. We'll have sessions on module 3, which is vehicle damage, equipment examination and dynamics, and module 4, where we'll discuss about scene diagrams, plans, and photography. I hope you'll find these sessions very interesting and hopeful for your daily work. And we'll have coffee breaks, 15 minutes coffee break as yesterday, so that you can have time to relax and grab a coffee. And I'm also very much looking forward for active engagement today as well. And moreover, I would also like to remind you that there's ongoing simultaneous interpretation so that you can switch to Russian translation right from the globe icon, which is at the bottom of your screen, and choose the language you prefer to listen. With this, I will hand over to Mark and Arthur to discuss any questions from yesterday's session, and then we'll move to today's slides. Thank you. Thank you, Mark and Arthur. Over to you.
Thanks, Ritu.
Yeah, thanks, Ritu. Hello to everyone. It's good to see you again. at the beginning, I will promise that today's session will be more interesting than yesterday because, as Rito already mentioned, it's very technical. So this is what we, as police officers, we like. So for sure, it will be very helpful for you. But before we start the training, I want to come back briefly to your questions from yesterday, because we were talking about situation in our countries, and I was talking about threats in Poland. So I prepared very quick information for you how the situation looks like for today. Because it's a huge difference between what we had in 2021 and what we have in 2022. I'm not sure, but probably yesterday I mentioned that the highest fine for overspeeding is 3.5, but actually it's 2.5. There was an idea to introduce a bit higher fines, but they finished like that. But still, you can see from the picture that they are huge fines nowadays. So our government and me also personally, we are expecting reducing the numbers of drivers overspeeding. And actually, some people, maybe not researchers, probably from media, they already did a kind of research that from 1st January, people in Poland already slow down. So whenever they know that they might pay higher fines, they reduce the speed. So that's the information about fines in Poland. Yeah, but I'm in a good position because Rip already mentioned what is today's session about. So nothing to add from my side. And I think if there are no questions, of course, we will give you a chance to ask questions from the beginning. But if there will be no questions, I will give the floor to Mark, because this is his part on this training. He's an expert, and since this is a very technical part, so Mark, over to you. But of course, let's give our colleagues a chance to ask questions if they have any. Thank you.
Absolutely. Awesome. Thank you, Arthur. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2. So I've just arranged to share my screen, and hopefully that's working. Awesome. Yeah, so before we carry on, any questions from yesterday that you would like us to answer? If not, we will start today. Okay, awesome. Let's carry on. So as Ritu said, 2 main topics today. The first one is looking at vehicles dynamics, the vehicle movement, vehicle damage, and some of the equipment in vehicles that we should test for, inspect, and check following crashes. And then we're going to do a little bit at the end on sketch plan, scale plan drawing, and photographing crash scenes. So a bit more practical information today, dealing with what investigators will find and have to understand at crash scenes, and again with the vehicles involved. So before I start, I want to share a video with you. This video is from a road safety advert played here in New Zealand, and it just shows you the crash forces involved in a vehicle crash. Yesterday I talked about the big force involved and the different things you will feel when you brake, how you move forwards. And this video shows a bit of that. So there will be a few videos in today's session just to try and show practically what the theory is we're talking about. So we'll get this video to work hopefully now. Yeah.
In a crash, whatever your speed, the car stops, but everything inside keeps moving. It's the same inside your body. Even with the best protection, you're still vulnerable.
Okay, I'm just going to go back and stop it at places. What is interesting in this particular video is how the forces work. The commentary was in English, but what it's saying is in a crash, the car stops, but everything inside it keeps moving. So the cargo, objects in the car like that drink bottle, the cell phone, and even the people keep moving forwards with the impact. And they will keep moving until they are stopped by the seatbelt. So that stops them going forwards. But what happens inside the body, the organs keep moving, your heart keeps moving forward, your brain keeps moving forward until it is stopped by the body stopping. So the heart will keep moving forward until it hits your rib cage. Your brain will keep moving forward until it hits your skull. So there's all these secondary impacts happening within your body as a result of the car crash. So we're going to talk about those different forces during the session today when we start talking about Newton's laws of motion. So I'll just let that video run through and then we will get into the topic proper. So the car is stopped now, the people are still moving. The objects are still moving.
In a crash, whatever your speed, the car stops, but everything inside keeps moving. It's the same inside your body.
Yeah, so now the body is stopped, the brain keeps moving, the heart keeps moving inside the chest. So it's that
even with the best protection, you're still vulnerable.
Yeah, it's an interesting advert. So that's the sort of advertising that was being played on television in our country for a while, and they update the adverts every 6 months, so we get a new series of road safety advertising happening. So it's happening all the time. Okay, today's session. Like I said, we're going to talk a little bit about vehicle evidence. We're going to talk about some ways to classify the damage, describe the damage. We're going to talk about Newton's laws of motion and how they apply to crash investigation. There's a few little pieces within that: the direction of force, center of mass, and different centered and unscented or eccentric forces, And then we're going to start getting into the vehicle equipment, the different equipment in the vehicle, what to look for, what that equipment can tell us, including the lamps or light bulbs in the vehicle, the vehicle's tires, and some of the mechanical aspects as well. So things around braking and steering. And we'll show you a little bit at the end on the latest way to gather crash information from vehicles called crash data retrieval. So we'll talk a little bit about that. So a fair bit to get through, but we'll take our time, and we will have coffee breaks in the middle just to give the brain a rest from all of the thinking. So, let's get started. Yesterday, we talked and looked at the scene examination, looking at the evidence on the road, exploring the crash's fingerprint. What marks did it leave on the road, and what did those marks mean? And we apply the same process to vehicles involved in crashes. We look at the damage, look at the shape, the profile of the damage to determine what it can tell us about how the crash happened and how the vehicle's moved. A good damage analysis can determine the direction the vehicle was traveling in at the time of impact. We can determine the position of people in the car. We can tell whether the vehicle's lights were on or off, or the amount of braking performance that the vehicle had, or any other mechanical factor that may have been present. So in terms of evidence, the scene evidence is critical, so is the vehicle evidence. Two sources of physical evidence that can tell us a great deal about how the crash happened. So, first terms, when we talk about vehicle evidence, is a way to describe the damage. The two principal types of damage are contact damage and induced damage. Contact damage, like the name says, is damage caused by that vehicle coming into direct contact with some other object. That could be another vehicle, it could be a power pole, it could be a person, but it's the damage caused where that other object actually touches the vehicle. So it's contact or touch damage. The other type of damage is induced damage. Now that is damage caused to the vehicle by the collision forces as the vehicle deforms and bends. Windows may break, panels will bend, but they haven't actually touched anything else. It's just the impact force that is causing that damage. And it's important to be able to tell the two apart, particularly when we start trying to establish why the vehicles moved the way they did after impact. There's a third type of damage called salvage damage or rescue damage. Now that is damage caused such as the medical or fire personnel cutting the car to get the victims out. It covers the damage caused by the tow truck, the recovery vehicle, pulling the vehicles away from the scene. So there's your three damages. The main two we're going to focus on, though, is contact and induced. All right, an overhead picture of a car from a fatal crash. This car has all three types of damage present. The red arrow indicates contact damage. So where on this vehicle did it touch or contact another object? And it's all in this area here. That part of the car, this is from a head-on crash, two cars colliding head-on. That part indicated by the red arrow is where that car touched the other vehicle. And in that area, you may find paint scrapes from the other car. So this silver car collided with the red car. We would expect to find red paint smears and smudges in here. We may find patterns in the panels from the other car. It stands out as stuff that has been directly touched by something else. The green arrows are indicating induced damage. So this damage happened during the collision, but it didn't actually, this part of the car didn't touch anything. The car was distorted by the crash forces. So this car has touched the other car there, causing that part to bend backwards. That has pulled this part down. So that bending there is induced damage caused by impact forces, caused by the impact, but not through touching something. The same with this here. The car has started to bend into a banana shape. It is the impact forces causing that damage. So it's induced damage. This one also has salvage damage present. The roof was cut off of the vehicle to help our ambulance staff get the victims out. So we have parts of the body have been cut off by the fire brigade, now just sitting on it. So it highlights the importance of having a good preliminary inspection of your cars as soon as you arrive at the scene. Take photographs before the fire service cuts the vehicle up to do their rescue, before the vehicles are towed away. Get the photographs of them in there as crash state before anything's been touched. It becomes, you'll see why it becomes important as we work further through. This one here, it's a little case study of a fatal crash involving this vehicle hitting a pedestrian. So at the scene, we have this very short black scuff mark. It looks like a little short skid mark, and it was 30 centimeters long. And what it is the skid from the pedestrian's boot. As she was hit, her boot created that skid mark on the road. So she was walking across the road, and this red car driving through collided with her and hit her. The impact happened on the front left of the vehicle, causing this dent damage here that we can see. And the pedestrian fell onto the car and her head struck the windscreen there. So as the car hit, she fell down onto the car and then came off the side. Using physical evidence to link this pedestrian to this car, had to have a very close look for detail. And this here is a mark in the plastic around the headlight here. So it's a close-up photograph of that area of the headlight. And these lines are actually caused by the denim jeans a pedestrian was wearing when she got hit. So the denim has actually scraped the plastic. The denim pattern has rubbed into the plastic, causing that distinct pattern. So it helped us link that vehicle to the dead pedestrian. In terms of speed estimates, the damage to the windscreen can give you an indication of speed based on this diagram here. So this is a study completed by the Australian Police on pedestrian crashes, and it all works on where the pedestrian's head hits the vehicle. So if the head creates that dent somewhere on the hood or bonnet, the vehicle's traveling up to 50 kilometers per hour. If the impact is in the lower third of the windscreen, the vehicle's traveling 50 to 60 kilometers per hour. If it's in the middle third towards and heading towards the top, the vehicle is traveling 70 to 80 kilometers per hour. And any damage to the very top edge or no damage at all where it's missed, the speed is over 100 kilometers per hour. So using that, and our head impact is there on that vehicle, it's sort of sitting at the top end of that 50 to 60 range, gives us a clue that that vehicle was traveling somewhere between 50 and 60 kilometers per hour when it hit the pedestrian. This is a crash that I attended, and using some different mathematics, we established that the car was traveling at 62 kilometers per hour at the time of impact with the pedestrian. So it was one of 3 cars having a race in one of our city streets, and the pedestrian, yeah, got hit by this one. So that little diagram there, a good one just to keep in mind as a way to give you an initial estimate of speed for vehicles striking pedestrians. Cool. And again, that impact from the genes causing that scuff damage happened on there. So you have to have a very close look at your vehicles, a good, close, detailed inspection to look for very fine evidence such as that. But it is important evidence. Say we used that to link that as one of the different things we had to link that pedestrian to that car. So keep that in mind, that although there's big forces involved, sometimes the evidence is very fragile and very small. So definitely worth taking a good hard look. The shoe scuff, definitely have a look for that type of evidence. Again, it is very fragile. I was quite lucky to find that, but if you have a car that has killed a pedestrian, have a look on the road surface, a good detailed examination, looking for that short little scuff from the feet. So as I said, that one was 30 centimeters long. You may find something 20 centimeters long. It's just a very short, very thin scuff mark caused by the shoes. So, and what that does, it tells us exactly where that pedestrian was standing when she got hit by the car. If you think person standing here and hit, her feet will go out, creates a scuff, so that scuff tells us exactly where her foot was at that time of impact. So yeah, really, really fragile, hard to find evidence, but that detailed scene investigation and damage inspection, you will start collecting evidence like this, which helps you put your case together and tell the story of the crash. Okay, let's have a look at Newton's laws of motion. We got taught Newton's laws of motion as part of physics in our high schools. The laws of motion apply equally to car crashes as they do to anything else that is actually moving. There's 3 of them. We'll go through them, starting with Newton's first law. I'll give you the scientific version. A body, or in our case, a vehicle, will remain at rest unless it is acted upon by an unbalanced force. The second part of the first law, a body or vehicle in motion will remain in motion, traveling in a straight line unless acted on by an outside force. So, thinking of a car will sit still until we put it in gear and apply the accelerator and move off. So by applying the accelerator, we are applying an unbalanced force. It's allowing the car to move forward. A car that is moving along, if we have our foot on the accelerator, just maintaining a speed, that car will keep doing that speed until we do something else to it. So if we apply the brake, that will cause the car to slow. that braking is an unbalanced force, so it's causing that vehicle to slow down. If we apply steering, the steering is an unbalanced force, so if we turn the steering wheel to the left, the car will move to the left. There's nothing stopping that movement, so the force is unbalanced. So that's basically the first law. Newton's second law is around acceleration. So acceleration is directly proportional to force. The second part of his law is that acceleration is inversely proportional to mass. So the law talks about force and mass. Now, if you think you grab a soccer ball and you lightly kick it, it will move, it may move 4 or 5 meters and roll to a stop. If you kick it hard, it may go 40, 50 meters. It depends how far it goes, and how quickly it goes depends on how hard you kick it, how much force you apply. If we replace the soccer ball with a rock, if we kick it lightly, it will probably hardly move. If we kick it hard, it may move half a meter. It may move a little way. So for an object, the harder we kick it, the further it goes. The heavier it is, the less far it goes. So if I want to kick that rock 40 meters, I'm going to have to kick it incredibly hard. It's going to take a lot more force to move a heavy object. That's pretty much what the second law is talking about. Something that is heavy will take more force to move. Something, the bigger the force, the more an object will move. And the third law is for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. So if I sit in a chair, my weight is creating force downwards. If the chair wasn't there, I would fall. But because I'm sitting on a chair, the legs of the chair are creating upwards force. So it's holding me up. So we have an equal and opposite situation. I'm in balance on the chair. The chair is pushing up while my weight is pushing down. And all of these three laws apply to traffic crashes. So we'll bring these back into the discussion soon. Right, let's have a look at the principal direction of force. I talked about forces being involved in crashes and contact damage and induced damage. And indeed, what we have, the principal direction of force is the primary direction in which the impact forces have acted on the vehicle. So it's very important when we try to establish impact alignment, how the cars came together at impact. And if we think about force, the red arrow being force, if I wanted to cause this damage to this vehicle and I had a Superman hammer, if I wanted to cause that damage like that, I would hit that vehicle with my hammer in that direction. If I wanted to cause this damage to that car, I would hit the car with my hammer in that direction. So think of it as the force that's hitting the car. If you were hitting it with a hammer, which way would you swing the hammer? With narrow damage, is quite easy. Often you'll see the path of destruction that the force is made as the object is as it's gone into the vehicle. This one, it's not quite so obvious. We have damage across the entire front of the vehicle. And where did the force go in? This is where contact damage comes back into the story. The principal direction of force is applied through the contact damage area. So to understand where the force has gone into the vehicle, you first need to know where that contact damage area is. And in this case, the contact damage is in this area here. So the force has gone in that way. Another clue to find that direction is to look at where that wheel is now and where was it before the crash. So on the normal car, that wheel is sitting here. After impact, it has been pushed back that way. So the direction that that wheel has moved from undamaged to its damaged position gives us the direction of the force, the principal direction of force. So again, that damage inspection becomes very important in helping you understand where the force traveled through the vehicle, what direction it came into, where is the contact patch, the contact damage that it's first entered the vehicle. Why do we need to know that? It becomes important when we're trying to determine how the vehicle moves. The other part we need to know is the center of mass of the vehicle. Center of mass, sometimes called center of gravity, is the point in the vehicle where you could balance it on one finger. So if you had, again, if you were Superman and you wanted to pick up that car and balance it on a finger, where on the car would you put your finger? That point is your center of mass. It's your balance point for the vehicle. For a front engine car, so a normal car, it is just in front of the handbrake or behind the gear stick, down between the driver's seats. For a car that has the engine in the back, it is behind the driver's seat. So between the back of the driver's seat and the front edge of the rear seat. It's the weight of the engine moving that center of mass backwards. So just remember, imagine you had to balance the vehicle on your finger. Where would you put your finger under the vehicle so it sat in balance? That point is your center of mass. Why is that important? Aha. It comes down to the way the principal direction of force goes through the vehicle and its relation to the center of mass. What it does, it tells us why or what that vehicle movement will be like. So in these diagrams here, we have our center of mass, that little circly dot in the middle, and our red principal direction of force. If that force is traveling through the center of mass, so if we follow that arrow, it goes straight through the center of mass, as does this one, straight through the center of mass. We call that a centered force. A force acting on this vehicle through the center of mass will push that vehicle straight backwards. No rotation, it's not going to spin, it is just going to move back because the force is effectively pushing that entire vehicle straight backwards. This case here, again, centered force, so that whole vehicle is going to slide sideways. No rotation, it's just going to slide in the direction of that force, so it'll move that way. The other circumstance is an eccentric or uncentered force. And that happens when the PDOF doesn't goes past the center of mass. It doesn't go through it, it goes beside it. In this case, we get rotation happening. So imagine if you hold a piece of paper on your desk with your finger in the middle and you push up on one corner, that paper will tend to move, it will want to rotate. It's an uncentered force. If I push through the center of mass, the page goes straight up. If I push off center, the page rotates. And that's what happens with crash movement. If this car's impact happens through here, we have contact damage here from an oncoming vehicle, it's applying force down there past the center of mass that will create rotation. That vehicle will start spinning. Same circumstance, center of mass, PDOF has traveled through and past the center of mass, so that vehicle is going to rotate anti-clockwise. So it's almost, if you imagine pinning that vehicle through the center of mass and pushing it there, what will it do? It is going to rotate. So that there is using Newton's laws of motion around forces and bringing in the center of mass to describe movement. So if we, doing our inspection, discover contact damage on the left there, and the other vehicle involved has, on the right, the other vehicle involved has contact damage on its right, we know that both of those vehicles are going to rotate because of the impact forces relating to center of mass. The further, or the bigger the distance from the center of mass to where that force comes in, the more or faster the rotation. So imagine this vehicle, if the force came in here, that would be a little bit of rotation. If the force came in here, it will be a lot of rotation. It's got a big lever to push. So it's just using the laws of science to describe why vehicles move like they do after impact. But like I said, it's critical that you understand and observe contact damage, because that's where the force comes into the vehicle, and get that direction, that force, that principal direction of force in through the contact damage. What way is it going into the vehicle? Has it gone through the center of mass or gone past it? And that will let you describe the movement of the vehicle. So we're going to have a look at a couple of pictures. This one here, another overhead photograph of a crashed car. This is another car from a fatal crash I investigated many years ago now. And this car slid sideways into a small tree. So in terms of the damage, we can see the contact damage area in here. There's still bits of bark and timber from the tree trapped in the vehicle. So we know that that part of the car touched the tree. So this part here is all contact damage. This stuff here, this bending and there, and the bending through there, the cracked windows, is all induced damage. So that impact with the tree has caused that car to bend or bow. So it's starting to take a banana shape. So contact damage just there, all the rest is induced. PDOF, the principal direction of force, goes through the contact damage. So it's gone into the vehicle from here. And if we have a look how it's bent, we can say that that force has come in almost at right angles to the car. It's pushed that pillar there, which is the bit between the doors, which usually sits here. It's pushed it back that way. So our principal direction of force has gone through there. Is there rotation? Yes. Center of mass up where the driver's handbrake is, so up, just in front of the front seats in the middle of the car. So if the center of mass is there, the PDOF is there, this vehicle is going to have some rotation clockwise. So that's how you bring in your observation of damage, determining contact damage, determining the direction the force has traveled into the vehicle, and where the center of mass is, the vehicle movement. So just from that vehicle, we can understand that the impact there with the tree, we've found the wood has caused significant, what we call penetration damage. It's penetrated into the cockpit area of the car, and it has caused rotation. Let's have a look at another one. Another head-on crash example. This one, not quite so easy to determine the damage. Looking overhead is very simple. This is looking at it from ground level. This part here is the contact damage area. We can see the heavy damage, the distortion, the bad distortion of objects, the heavy creasing, and the breaking of structural components. Over here, we see a bent mudguard, but apart from being bent inwards, it hasn't been crushed by impact. So we can say that the contact damage area is here. So the PDOF is traveling into that vehicle here. As that vehicle has crushed up with the impact forces, the front has distorted across. So this here is all induced damage. As that vehicle crumples up and crushes, the panels deform and distort. So in terms of movement, the PDOF somewhere in here, that front wheel looks like it has gone reasonably straight backwards. So that we can say that the force has gone into this vehicle in a straight line through that left side of the car. Center of mass is over here, PDOF is over here, it's unscented, it's eccentric. We'll expect rotation to occur. There's that same vehicle looking from overhead. So it's that overhead photograph is worth its weight in gold. It tells so much more of the story. Same car, there's that front tire, used to be here, it's now back here. So again, our PDOF is pushing straight through that way. This is the contact damage area. We have the heavy crush damage. The rest here is induced. So it's bent the mudguard panel. It's caused the door to pop open. It's broken the screen. So again, contact damage, PDOF, where did that wheel go? From there back to there. We can expect some rotation because the center of mass is up there. So that's, again, just a practical example of using those Newton's laws of motion for crash investigation. The other part of this story is to do that same exercise with the vehicle that struck this one. So the other vehicle involved is going to have contact damage. It's going to have induced damage. Where does the PDOF go through that car? And remember Newton's third law. For every action has an opposite reaction. So the PDOF in this vehicle will be in line with the PDOF for the vehicle that struck it. So we'd say we draw a sketch of that car. We sketch an arrow showing the PDOF, do the same to the other car and line up the PDOF so it forms a single line. That there will give you your impact alignment. That's how these vehicles were at impact. So it's just using that scientific approach to it. Okay, how's our time? Actually going quite quick. The stages of a collision. When we talk about a crash, we talk about this point of impact. Yesterday, I used that term maximum engagement, and this is where it comes in. So two cars traveling. This vehicle wants to travel down to the right. This vehicle wants to travel up to the right. They collide. So we have our first contact, the point at which the vehicles first touch each other. At that point, no damage caused, they've just touched. This car wants to keep going that way. That car wants to keep going that way. So they start pushing into each other. And you'll see by the time they get to the second stage, which is maximum engagement, they have changed direction. At maximum engagement, it's where the forces acting between those vehicles is at the greatest. They have penetrated each other as much as they can. So they've got to the point now where they can't go into each other anymore. So they start to separate, which is our third phase. So in this example, we have the cars touching, first contact, pushing into each other to maximum engagement. They can't bend anymore. They start to separate and travel off, which is our third stage. At that point there, that's where those forces, the collision forces are at their greatest. So they've reached the maximum they're going to. It's where the cars push down into the road, and it's where our gouges are caused. So our gouging will be under this area here on the road surface. So that's linking now your physical scene evidence, where is the gouge, to where your vehicles were at the point that gouge was formed. So by looking underneath the vehicles, you'll see which part of the vehicle actually created the gouge. That will have stones and tar trapped on it. So then you can place that vehicle back onto that gouge. So once that's happened, they start to separate. Sometimes there may be a second stage of these three events. So if you imagine now these vehicles are separating, that one's going to go off that way, that one is going to go off that way. So look at my hand, they touch, they engage, they separate, and the back corners can sometimes touch each other as they separate. So they'll give a corner tap at the back. Same situation, that secondary collision, we're going to have that first contact and those back corners first touch. They will get to a point of maximum engagement and then they'll separate. So three principal phases of collision, but depending on the initial alignment, sometimes you may see that secondary collision as the back of the vehicles touch each other. Okay, I'm hoping these little videos work. I'm just going to run through these and we'll play them a few times because I want to have a look. Once you have a good look at what's happening to the vehicles when they first touch, look for those three stages of collision, and we'll go from there and talk through them. I'll just turn off this. Oh, sorry, my mouse is not behaving. First one is a head-on crash. I'll just bring that across and I'll get rid of the adverts. And we have sound.
Cars in the Kern River Canyon. This happened Sunday on Route 178 near Willow Springs Creek. Dashcam video shows the driver and other cars coming around a bend. They brake a slow down moment, and that's when another car behind them decides to try and pass. Instead, they slam straight into a pickup truck. We don't know how badly anyone was hurt in the crash. We did try to get more information from the CHP, but they were not able to provide it before news time tonight. In general, though, the canyon can be dangerous for drivers who are not familiar with it, and crashes can shut down the route for hours. So be smart and be careful the next time you're planning to drive up there.
Okay, so a good head-on crash.
Why it's not a good idea to pass cars in the curb.
Try and find the right spot.
Other cars come with the driver, and cam video shows the driver.
So I want to go back a little bit. First up, you see how fast these things happen. That from that initial contact to engagement to separation is all over like that. So it's incredibly fast, and trying to break it down into these different steps can be difficult. We need to slow down time. But watching this thing, I'm just going to try and see if we can stop it at that first contact. Not quite. Try a little bit more. Looking there, we're starting to see the alignment at impact. So we've got this vehicle traveling that way, across towards here, that vehicle traveling straight. So they are approaching at an angle. That approach angle is directing that's going to drive your PDOF, your principal direction of force. Get them colliding. So there's pretty much our first contact point. Again, we have an angled impact. Looking at my hands represent those trucks. This is the black car. It's going to push that ute into rotation that way. It's an uncentered force. The PDOF is coming in here, pushing through. missing the center of mass, which is down here. So we're going to see rotation like that. So let's check I've got that right. I'll just try and take it through contact. We see that vehicle, the utility rotating because of that unscented force. And it's actually lifting the ute off the road at the back end. I'm just going to go back a touch. Yeah. That's all there is to it. So just it highlights how that impact alignment drives your principal direction of force and directs and dictates how the vehicles will move. So in that case, we've got nice rotation happening. See if we can get these other videos to work. Again, there'll be ads, so I'll skip them. This is some crash testing performed at a conference in United Kingdom. So a bit of advertising for the camera company that is there, but a good chance to see crashes. All right, let's flip it back to trying to get it to the right point. So vehicles approaching, stationary and moving. You see here, they've contacted, now they're starting to penetrate each other. So the cars are crumpling and deforming as they entangle with each other. Just watch the front of this one. It'll start diving down. It'll go down to a certain point and then pop back up. So that maximum engagement is when that vehicle front is at its lowest point. So we're getting to it around there. You can see that the front of this car is now well down. The back is lifting up, like that far wheel has actually come off the ground. So the impact's forced the front down, the back of the car's lifting. It's pushed the front of this vehicle down. Its back wheel is lifted off the ground. So that maximum engagement, we're at our peak forces. So imagine what's happening to the road surface under there. We've got the front of the cars being forced down into it. And from there, they start their separation. Same, down, maximum engagement, and it separates. So to go back to that bicycle. If you attend a scene, a crash involving a car hitting a push bike like this one, think about what evidence you may find, given that the back wheel of that bike has been jammed, so it's basically now skidding and pushed along the road. You may find a very skinny tire mark from that back tire, which will tell you where that bike tire was at the point of impact. So fragile evidence again, but you get the clue. That back wheel's being forced into the ground. It should leave a mark behind. So go looking for that sort of mark it will let you place that bicycle back on the roadway at the scene of that crash. So yeah, very compelling. It takes a detailed scene inspection to actually find it, but definitely worth taking the time, have that good slow look through your scene and look for that skinny mark. Yeah, I'll run it through again and just have a think about what evidence could we expect to find on the road because of these impacts. Thinking about what's happening to the tires and what's happening to the cars. So the tires are being pushed off. Will they leave tire marks? The cars are crushing and going downwards. Would we expect some gouging to happen? It's again, it happens. We're lucky this is slow motion footage, but yeah, again, same evidence is there. Okay, stop that and kill that. Yeah, so basically a chance to see in slow motion what happens to cars as they collide with each other. Remember, despite slow motion, that stuff is happening super quick within fractions of a second. So we're seeing those 3 stages of collision, that initial contact, maximum engagement and separation, all happening in that, that 0.1, 0.2 of a second time delay. While that's happening, all of these impact forces are traveling through each other in the vehicles. They're causing that induced damage. The way that impact force moves into the vehicle through the contact area and relative to center of mass is describing and forcing those vehicles to move in certain ways. So what it's doing, maximum engagement is causing gouging on the road surface. You'll be getting tire marks on the road surface as those vehicles move. You now have basically 2 physical sources of evidence to describe how the crash happened, describe the crash dynamics. The gouge and tire marks show you where the vehicles were at maximum engagement and how they moved away from it. The damage to the vehicles shows you how they touched each other and how they were aligned at maximum engagement. From that, you can establish the principal direction of force, and that's going to tell you why the vehicles moved like they did. Why did they rotate? Why did they not rotate? All based on physical evidence that you've seen in the vehicle and at the scene on the road surface. I want to talk a little bit about the what happens inside the vehicle. So if we think back to that video from the very start, which will go back there. Bear with me as I skip back through lots. Sorry if I'm making you dizzy. I'm going to play this again in a minute and just think about the forces, how that vehicle hits something and people start moving forwards.
In a crash, what if your speed? car stops, but everything inside keeps moving.
Oh, sorry, bring it across, keep going.
It's the same inside your body. Even with the best protection, you're still vulnerable.
All right, I'll just get back to where we were. What I want to do is have a quick talk about people inside that car. What's going to happen if they're not wearing seatbelts? How can we use the damage to the vehicle, the PDOF, and the injuries to the occupants to put them basically to determine who was driving? How do we put a person behind the steering wheel of the car? And we can do that using exactly the process we just did. Let me bring back, sorry, I haven't got a slide to show this. I'll create one soon, but we'll use this for now. Someone sitting in the driver's seat. Which side do you drive on? And I'll do it for me because we have right-hand drive vehicles. So if there's a, we have a driver sitting here and he drives and has a head-on crash, drives into something. That PDOF is going straight back. So the car is trying to be pushed backwards. Remember Newton's first law. An object moving will keep moving until something stops it. So this force is trying to stop the vehicle. The occupant, the driver, is going to keep moving forwards. If he's wearing his seatbelt, the seatbelt will stop his movement. So in terms of injuries, we would look for bruising from the seatbelt across his chest. So for New Zealand, the driver sits on the right, the bruising will be from the right shoulder down to the left hip. If you drive on the other side, seatbelt from the left shoulder down to the right hip, running diagonally across the body. If he's not wearing a seatbelt, he'll keep going forward. The steering wheel will hit his chest. It will create rib fractures in his chest. His head may keep going forwards and hit the windscreen. So there will be a damage to the windscreen. The damage will push the windscreen out. So there'll be a slight bulge outwards in the windscreen. There will be bits of glass trapped in his forehead, and in the glass inside the screen will be bits of skin and hair trapped inside the glass. As it cracks, it pinches hair and skin and locks it in. So you'll see that damage pattern from the person sitting there. In this case, damage to the windscreen, steering wheel, chest damage, steering wheel damage. In the case of an angular impact, so the PDOF is coming in at an angle, that vehicle is going to want to suddenly move that way. The person inside, so the person sitting here, is going to move opposite direction. So you may find a head impact on the windscreen over here. And you think, well, who did that? Use your PDOF. In this case, PDOF has gone through the vehicle that way, equal and opposite. The driver's head is going back that way. So the driver's head, because it is angled, comes back at the opposite angle to the PDOF and hits the windscreen there. If there was a passenger, he will be going that way. So his head may break the side window of the car. He may actually get thrown out of the car if he's not wearing a seatbelt, out through the window, because he will move in the opposite direction to the PDOF. So not only does that information help you determine impact alignment, you can use it to determine where in the vehicle were the occupants. If no one's admitting driving, look at their injuries, look for seatbelt bruising. If they're not wearing a seatbelt, have a look at the damage to the car. Think about the PDOF. If they were sitting in the driver's seat, where would their head move with the impact? Just remember, it's going to be exactly the opposite direction to the PDOF. PDOF comes in that way, they will be moving opposite direction. So it can be really useful in trying to establish exactly where they were in the car. And it applies to anyone in the vehicle. Here's my pen. Someone in the back seat, in this case here, they're going to head that way, exactly opposite to it. So they will impact with the back of the driver's seat or the seat in front of them. In this case here, person sitting back left, they will go that way. They may end up trapped between the two front seats. They're going to go through that gap. It's all driven by that PDOF and the direction it's going through. Remember, occupants will move at the opposite angle to PDOF. Okay. All right, so that's pretty much vehicle dynamics. Occupant, what with this movement here, we call occupant kinematics. How do occupants move? How do vehicles move? Any questions on any of that before we grab an early coffee break and get on to the next part? If there's no questions, let's go and grab a cup of coffee and we will start again at 10:30. So grab quarter of an hour, have a coffee, and I'll see you at 10:30.
So you are about to start new topic with light. So yeah, good idea. So see you again at 10:30.
Awesome. Okay. Hey, welcome back. Sorry I'm a bit late. I've just got home from work, so I had to say hello. Yeah, just before we move on to the inspection of the mechanical components, I just wanted to run another crash test video. Just watch what happens to the vehicle and to the people inside it, to the crash test dummies, just to lock in that motion, the Newton's law, that when the vehicle stops, the people keep moving. So I'll try and get it to play.
Newton's first law of inertia states that an object stays in motion at the same speed and direction, unless acted on by an external force. Normally, a car and its occupants move around at the same speed, but when an external force is applied to the car, in this case, when a crash test, the occupants continue to move at the same speed until a force is applied to them. This resistance to a change in motion is called inertia, and it applies even when the velocity is zero. It's this property that enables people to do things like this.
Right. Stop that. So that the movement of those people in the car was the key in that. They're not wearing seatbelts, so unrestrained, they become missiles inside the vehicle. And we saw that whole process of the collision, the first contact down to the point of maximum engagement when the car had stopped deforming and crushed downwards into the road. So I just want to get that part again. So first contact coming up. So we've touched, now that vehicle is starting to deform and is starting to slow down. And it's continuing as it's impacting to deform. And this part here is what we call the Crumple Zone. You may have heard of that when we talk about car safety, and modern cars are designed to deform and crush or crumple. Why that happens is to absorb the energy. So instead of that car staying rigid and staying in the same shape, it's getting rid of energy by deforming as it slows down. So that car is starting to deform. It's designed to crush up, absorbing energy so that the people inside the car don't have to manage all of the energy. Most of it has been used up destroying the car.
With the same speed.
And we see here now that the vehicle is starting to move downwards. The body is starting to crush down towards the ground. So we're nearly at our point of maximum engagement. And I'll let it run and just watch as the car stops deforming. It will start to bounce back, to come backwards and start lifting. That's our separation phase. So we've done first contact. We're now approaching maximum engagement. Then we're going to separate. Watch what happens to the occupants. They still haven't moved. They're still sitting in their seats where they should be, even though this car is badly damaged already. We're nearly at maximum engagement. And now we see that these people are starting to move forward. So the car has stopped, but the objects inside are still free to move. You see here, the passenger, his head has gone as far as the windscreen. And the rear seat passenger is now coming through to the front of the vehicle. So we're at our point now of maximum engagement. That car is pushed down into the surface, and it is, you can see it's lifted the back. So we've got this crush happening, the car deforming, going downwards. And it's separating here. We've got our separation phase. And you can see one of those passengers has come all the way through the windscreen. So, yeah, interesting forces. And remember that in real life, that is happening in a fraction of a second, up to about 0.2, 0.25 of a second. All of that movement has happened. So it's incredibly quick. And for people not wearing seatbelts, imagine trying to hold yourself back using the steering wheel. How can you hold yourself in that car when you have all of those forces acting? When we talk about fighter pilots making turns, they pull 6 Gs. You may hear a term, a 6G corner, or a 6G bend. What that means is the acceleration that the body is going through is 6 times the normal force of gravity. So if I'm standing or sitting here, I'm experiencing 1 G, 1 unit of gravity is pulling me down. If I apply brakes in the car and skid, I experience around 0.7 of a G of force. So in the crash, we are going from 50 kilometers per hour to 0 in that 0.25 of a second. We can be experiencing anything up to 50 or even more Gs during that impact phase. What it means is now if I weigh 100 kilograms in the crash, I now weigh 50 times that. So I now weigh 5,000 kilograms. There's no way I can bench press or hold 5,000 kilograms. A human just cannot manage the force, which is why seatbelts are so important. They can manage that sort of force and keep you in your seat. So yeah, just a little bit more on forces. I think I've talked about that enough. So I'll get us back on program. Any questions on any of this so far before we move on to the mechanical inspection side of things? If not, we'll start a little conversation about the components in a vehicle that can be valuable for us as crash investigators. All right, vehicle equipment examination. Okay, several parts in vehicles can provide information that is extremely valuable to the crash investigator. The things we're going to look at are lamps or light bulbs, for another description, seat belts, some of the mechanical aspects, so the brakes, the steering, that sort of thing, and a little bit at the end on computer modules, particularly the modules that control the airbags, and a little bit on anti-lock braking. Just on anti-lock braking, I didn't mention this in tire marks. Anti-lock braking, or ABS, is designed to stop wheels from locking and sliding. So it's designed to prevent skidding. That can be problematic when you're trying to understand skid marks and tire marks at a crash scene. ABS does leave very short skid marks. So what happens is, as the tire turns and locks, the ABS system says that tire has locked, I'll let the brake go. It releases the brake for a fraction of a second, then reapplies it. So the tire is doing jerky motions as it brakes, release, brakes, release. At those times when it actually brakes and stops, it creates little short skid marks. So if you go to a scene and you see a series of faint broken skid marks, so a little short piece, maybe 30 centimeters long, a short gap, then another 30 centimeter long skid, then a gap, and that repeats, that is a classic ABS skid mark. So it's quite fragile. Thinking about the skidding tire, how it takes time to build up the heat to generate that big black mark. With ABS, the tire doesn't get much time to generate heat. So the marks are quite faint. But if you look carefully, you will see them. If you do see them, measure them like a normal skid mark, from the start of the first little one you see to the end of the last one. Don't measure each little piece, measure the overall length. So you might have 15 meters of ABS skid mark, which is made up of 20 little short segments. That's just how it is. Measure the entire length. We treat that as a normal skid mark. So when we do our mathematics, we can still use that, that ABS mark for the maths. And we'll do some of that tomorrow. Sorry, I was deviating. Okay, so let's get into some detail. We will start with lamps or light bulbs. So modern cars now are fitted with LED or HID lamps. These are the new bright headlights that you see. They have a bluish colored light coming off them. Very bright, very powerful lights. They don't have a filament inside them. So evidentially, they are not much use at all to the crash investigator. The work we do with lamps is focused on what's called the incandescent lamp. So that's the old-fashioned light with a coiled filament inside. And if we look at this little diagram here, there's my pointer. The part we are most interested in is this filament. It looks like a spring, and it's that actually gives off the light in these old-fashioned light bulbs. I say every light used to be like this. Modern stuff, the LEDs, the HID, don't actually have that filament in them. So we lose that evidence. That's my pointer going. So the focus of this session on light bulbs is on this type of light, the incandescent light, a bit like the light bulb you may have at home in your house. Key components: the tungsten filament. the support wires and the glass bulb. So what we have is electricity passes through this filament. It comes in through one of these support wires and back out through the case. So we have an electrical circuit. As electricity passes through the filament, it starts getting hot, and it actually gets hot enough to become white hot, at which point it is giving off white light. So when the light bulb turns on, you apply power, this coil heats up to white hot heat around 2.5, 3,000 degrees and gives off light. Tungsten is an interesting metal. When it is cold, as it is in the light bulb turned off, it is very hard and very brittle. When it is glowing hot, so it has power going through it, it becomes very soft and ductile or deformable or bendable. So it's able to be stretched and bent around. As soon as you turn the power off, it cools, it comes back to being a hard, brittle metal again. It's very reactive to oxygen. So if this tungsten light bulb is turned on with a broken glass, the filament will actually burn out. Oxygen will touch it and it will quickly burn out. So to stop that happening, the lamp is made of has a glass globe around it, and that globe is full of an inert gas. So that's a gas that doesn't react. Typically it's nitrogen gas, and that allows the lamp, the tungsten, to sit there and glow white hot without burning itself out. So it's a clue there for some of the things that can go wrong. What the investigator is interested in is the lamp abnormalities, when things look different to what they should, when it doesn't look like a normal lamp anymore. The first one we'll look at is what we called an aged lamp. So this bulb on the right is a brand new light bulb. And we can tell it's got nice, shiny, clear glass. And it, you can see through it easily. The lamp on the left is an old bulb. It will still work. It's just going to be duller than the new bulb because that globe, the glass has blackened, so it doesn't let the light out. The blackening is actually the tungsten filament. When it is white hot, the surface of it is boiling, so parts of it actually evaporate off and stick to the glass. When it hits the glass, it cools down and it forms this black layer of tungsten metal inside the bulb. It takes a long time, so it's an indication that that bulb has been in that vehicle for a number of years. And I see a hand up. Do we have a question? Ah, gone. Okay. All right. So yeah, there is a question.
Yes, there is a question.
Вопрос можно задать? Может ли вот эта спираль накаливания...
Can this thread or be the cause of the crash or lamp inside the lamp? You described the
can you hear?
So-called the wires, and can these wires be the cause or the reason for the crash?
Did you hear the question mark? Because Elena is translating. Whether this thread can be the reason of a car set on fire.
Support wires, yes. Can these wires, support wires which are inside the lamp, cause the crash? Be the one of the causes of the crash? Can you hear me?
Never mind, we can come back to it. Alrighty. So just remember, if your globe looks black and dark, it's an old bulb. It can still work, but it is going to be duller than a new one because the light can't get through the dark metal color. The second one is filament oxidation, and that happens if the glass.
Второй элемент — это окисление нити на
No translation, I think.
Oh, okay.
Да, сейчас слышно. Может, он
Please,
повторит?
Mark, proceed from the second the picture.
Do we need to start again?
From the second picture about the thread oxygenation.
Да, без перевода просто.
Mark, can you hear me?
Mark, can you hear us or not?
I can
Mark
hear you.
doesn't hear. Can you hear the interpreter?
Have we lost translation?
Please ask him to choose the English channel in the globe. Arthur, can you hear me?
Yeah, of course. I can
Please
hear you
ask
properly.
Mark to choose English channel because he doesn't hear the interpreter.
Yeah, Mark, yeah, please use the English channel in the interpretation box because you don't hear the interpreters. There was also one question.
Cool. What is our question?
Now, can you hear? Can you hear, Mark? Please
Yeah,
confirm.
I hear you fine. Yeah.
So the question was about the thread. Once it's damaged, can it cause the fire in the vehicle in case of a car crash? The damaged thread.
The damage. Fire. Yeah, fire will depend on the heat within the engine bay. If the fuel lines are damaged and spray fuel around, and then if the battery terminals short out, so it takes a spark from the electric system to ignite the fuel. So not very common, does happen, but it is not as common as you would think. Certainly not as common as American movies make out. It takes fuel being sprayed out in the engine bay and the battery terminals shorting out, creating sparks for the fire to occur. Nowadays, with electric vehicles, there is a chance of fire from the batteries in those when they are damaged during an impact, damaged to the point where the battery case is broken and bent and the batteries themselves bend and break and create that short circuit. Hopefully that answers that one.
Yeah, thanks for this answer, and I am pretty sure that going through your slides, because there was another question, but I think everything will be explained during your further training explanation. So don't worry, just go ahead.
Let's carry on. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, so the second situation here is filament oxidation. So what we see in this picture is a lamp filament. That's the tungsten filament. It's one there and a second one there. So this light is a high and low beam headlight or lamp, high beam and low beam. The filament with the metal shield is the low beam filament. So in this image, we see a very dark low beam filament, and the top of that high beam filament is dark as well. The bottom half is still shiny. That is caused by this light having been turned on with low beam on, and it has been turned off just immediately before the glass was broken. So the filament is still hot, the glass is broken, and oxygen from the air has touched the filament, causing it to darken or oxidize. This high beam filament only the top of it has oxidized, and that's just because it was sitting next to this 3000 degree low beam filament, so it was getting hot. So the oxygen has caused the hot parts of the filament to oxidize and get that black coating on them. This next situation is with white oxide. So what happens is if the lamp is turned on and the glass is broken, the protective globe is broken, oxygen comes into the lamp and touches the filament, causing it to start to burn, and it gives off this white oxide powder as it burns. It will eventually burn itself out, so the filament will burn all the way through, so the electrical circuit is now broken and the lamp will go out. And this type of light bulb, it is a quartz halogen bulb. They are a brighter light used for headlights. That takes a bit of time. They have very strong filament in them, which takes a little bit of time to burn through. Oh, come on. And now if we start looking particularly at what lamps can tell us from crashes. Here we have two photographs of a headlight filament. The metal shield there tells us this is the low beam filament from the vehicle. And what we have is an oxidized filament. So air has touched that filament, caused it to go black, and glass is actually stuck to it. So we have fused glass particles stuck to the filament. That tells us that that lamp was turned on, was operating at the time the glass globe was broken. Because this filament is so hot, in halogen light bulbs, it's closer to 3,500 degrees C. It melts the glass. Because the glass is broken, oxygen gets to the filament and burns it out. So the circuit breaks. The lamp turns off, the filament cools, the glass that was molten by that high temperature cools, and it sticks to the filament. And same situation here. Again, low beam filament and has got glass stuck to it. So it tells us that that light was on and low beam at the time the glass broke. So it's takes a bit of detailed inspection, magnifying glass, close-up photography to see the glass particles, because that filament is about 3 or 4 millimeters long. So it's a very small part of the light bulb. But that's one of the useful ones from the crash car. Another one is very useful to us. It's called hot shock. And that is the term we use to describe the stretching of the lamp filament due to impact forces. So in this case here, this lamp has been on in low beam and the vehicle has had an impact, so it stopped suddenly. Think about Mr. Newton's laws. The filament is sitting there. It is white hot. It is now soft and stretchy and ductile, so it can be stretched out and deformed. The light stops, the filament keeps moving, so it will actually stretch, and it's stretching in the direction opposite to the principal direction of force. So the car stops, force is pushing the car that way, the filament keeps stretching out. And that's what happens in this case here. So that car has had low beam operating at the time it was subject to impact. The image on the right, exactly the same, just a more severe impact. It's actually bent these support rods that you can see. The impact forces have been enough to cause those to bend, as well as stretching the filament. So the term hot shock tells you that the light was going when that vehicle had an impact. It does have to be quite a severe impact. The only warning I give with this one is that that light will still operate. If the glass is intact, the light will still work. So it doesn't prove that the light was on in the incident you're investigating. It tells you that that light has been on at some point when the car has had an impact. So if you see this type of evidence, you need to ask the vehicle owner, has this car been in another crash or accident in its past? Just to establish that if it hasn't had a crash before, this damage relates to the crash you're investigating. So you can say that that light was on. You just have to qualify it. Okay. Next one, opposite of hot shock is cold shock. And like the name suggests, this is to do with a lamp that has not been turned on. It is off. The filament, tungsten filament, is hard and brittle. And during an impact, that hardness, the filament simply snaps because of the impact forces. A bit like if you have a light bulb to replace at home and you drop the light bulb, if you shake it, you can hear the broken filament rattling inside. It's because that tungsten is so hard and brittle when it's cold that it doesn't survive impact. If you see this, it is conclusive evidence that that light was not going at the time of impact. If this happened during impact, it happened because the light was cold or turned off. If it happened before the crash, because the circuit is broken, that light can't operate. So the light can't have been going at crash time either. So either it happened before your impact or during the impact you investigate. Either way, because it's cold shock, that light hasn't been operating, hasn't been turned on. So it's your only purely conclusive result of a lamp examination for crash. Right. So that's lamps. Just remember, cold shock, conclusive evidence that the light was not operating. Hot shock with a stretched filament, evidence of an impact while the light was on, but you need to question the vehicle owner about any previous crash that may have happened recently. The light, if the glass is intact on the light bulb and the filament is stretched, that light bulb will still operate. Okay. The other thing for light bulbs, modern vehicles, like we say, have LED or HID headlights, no filaments, but there are other lights in the vehicle. You can check your indicator lights, you can check your tail lights, your brake lights, the lights in the dashboard that light up the gauges. There are many sources of light bulbs that you can consider in cars. The modern lighting is problematic. It doesn't have any of these abnormalities that we just looked at. So we don't really have any way of determining if they were on or off at the time of the crash. So it's going to get worse as more and more vehicles change to LED lights, not only headlights, but indicators, tail lights, brake lights. As they become LED, we lose this capability to look at the filament. But yeah, the slightly older vehicles, anything more than 5 years old, even 3 years old, will have an incandescent bulb in it somewhere. So just go searching, think about what lights there are in the car and have a look for them. Alrighty. Okay, seat belts. They can tell us a good bit of information about whether they were worn or not during a crash, and from the damage they do to bodies, where in the car people were sitting, like we talked about before. You've seen the crash test, you've seen how much force is involved in an impact, in a collision. In the collisions we've all seen on those videos, the crash test ones are all at 62 kilometers per hour for the head-on stuff. So we're not talking very, very high speed. This is just a typical driving speed around many of the roads in our countries. Seatbelt is designed to manage those forces, to hold you in place in your car and help you absorb the impact force without suffering too much serious injury. The seat belts do stretch. They're designed to stretch a little bit, which again reduces the force on you because the seat belt is using up some of that force energy as it stretches. That stretching causes damage to the seat belts. So what we see here is a friction burn to the seatbelt webbing, and that's caused by the buckle. As the impact happens and the seatbelt is holding the person there, those forces are stretching the belt, so it rubs against the buckle edge and generates a lot of heat. So it actually melts, slightly melts the webbing, and it can also melt the plastic on the buckle itself. So if you look at a seatbelt buckle and see this sort of molten plastic, and there's some heat marks on the seatbelt, it's a good indicator to you that that seatbelt was worn during the impact. The other thing to do is unravel some of the seatbelt, pull it out and just hold it tightly and see if you have these wavy humps in it. That shows that that seatbelt has stretched during an impact. So it's been worn during an impact. And if you compare it to a brand new seatbelt, it looks quite different. It's just, again, the forces generating heat causes that belt to stretch, heat up and stretch and deform itself. So pull it tight, you'll find that one side of it will have these sort of wavy humps. It doesn't go nice and tight and flat like the one on the bottom. Seatbelt failure. It is very rare. Seatbelts are made of incredibly tough webbing, designed to manage huge forces. If one does fail, you are going to see a ragged tear looking like that. So a bit sort of, the threads will go horsetail. It'll be fine threads splayed about. It's not uniform, it's jagged, and it's just like if you imagine you had the strength to tear it. So that is a failure due to excessive force loading. The impact has been so great that the seatbelt simply wasn't strong enough to manage the forces, so it has snapped. It's a good indication, though, that the seatbelt has been worn. It's been holding something and someone in the vehicle during the impact. It has failed, but it was being worn. This case at the bottom is one that's been cut by your rescue personnel. So the medical people at the crash scene want to get the person out. Often they just cut the seatbelt. It's easier than trying to unclip it. Simply cut it. So it's a nice clean cut and looks obviously different to the impact failure. This too tells you that the seatbelt was being worn because the rescue people had to cut the seatbelt off to get the victim out of the car. So again, both of these, impact force failure or cut by rescue, both times the seatbelt's being worn. And again, look at the victim injuries for that diagonal bruising pattern from the seatbelt, because the big forces, they're going to cause bruising to the body where the belt touches them. So just handy little clues there. Okay, tires. These things, these tires, are probably the most ignored yet most important feature of your motor vehicle. You think about driving down the road with your family in the car. What is it that lets you stay on the road, lets you steer, lets you brake, lets you accelerate? And it's all on these tires. Yet in New Zealand, they are one of the most ignored parts of componentry of a motor car. We have legal standards on how much tread depth they have to have. It's 1.5 millimeters in New Zealand, which is not very deep, and people often will drive the tires to lower than that, down to having almost no visible tread pattern, just to save money. Tires are quite expensive. I don't know about for you folk, but in New Zealand they're quite expensive. We are a country a long way from everywhere else in the world, so freight costs getting stuff in New Zealand is quite high. So the cost of tires is more expensive overseas because of the cost of shipping them out to our country. So people tend to try and get as many miles as they can from tires before replacing them. And often to the point the tires are unsafe before they change them. What job does the tire do? It supports the load of the vehicle. It's part of the suspension system. So as you drive down the road, it's helping to absorb bumps and undulations in the road surface. The tires let you steer the vehicle. So you turn the steering wheel, it's the tires that generate the force to make the vehicle turn. They transmit traction forces. So if you push your accelerator, they apply that force to the road to accelerate the vehicle. When you push the brakes, they apply the braking force to slow the vehicle. It all comes down to what that tire and its interface with the road. So it's got a hugely important job. And as I say, we sort of tend to neglect them a little bit. There's lots of components to tires. They're quite complicated little pieces of equipment. They have, some of the main components is a thing called the bead, which is a wire rope inside the rubber of the tire, designed to lock that tire onto the rim. We have casing rubber, which wraps around the tire, holds the air in the tire. Inside the rubber, there are steel belts. They give the tire strength so it can deal with carrying loads, flexing and moving. We have the tread surface itself, provides a tread pattern to pump water out from under the tire on a wet road, so the tire can actually grip the road surface. We have different types of rubber in the sidewall. Different tires have different types. Depends on what the tire is used for. Some are made to carry very heavy loads. Others are made to allow very high speed travel. Each tire has a different kind of use and different ratings. The belts inside the tire, that has a big impact on how the tire performs for cornering or how it performs for carrying load. And it's that part we're going to spend a little bit of attention with. Looking at a tire, there are lots of markings on the outside. We have our brand, in this case, Futura. We have the model, they call it a super sport tire. And the important part is this mixture of numbers and letters. This one gives us information about the tire's construction, how much load it can carry, and how fast it can be driven on. So we're going to work through some of these and just try and understand what it means. I'll start with the numbers there. 225, that is the width of the tire, called the section width. 50, that is the percent. So what it's telling us is that the height of the side of the tire is 50% of the section width. So this tire is 225 millimeters wide, and half of that is 112 millimeters tall. The R tells us it is radial construction. Now, inside the tyre rubber are steel wires that start from here, go up the side of the tyre, across under the tread, and back down to the other side of the tyre. In radial construction, those wires run straight across. So if you imagine my hand as a claw, these are the wires in the tyre. They run straight up from the rim, across the tread, and back down to the rim in a straight direction. And we have a question. Someone with their hand up?
Да. Вы меня слышите?
Yes, there is a question.
Excellent.
Please.
Сейчас в большинстве вулканизаций, где...
In the majority of tire repair shops, where they replace the tire, where they put patches on the tire, all of them are using very light or easy way. So without removing the tire from the rim, they use some special needle, and the probably fluid rubber is injected with a needle. As far as I know, all tire repair shops use this easy way. Whether this can damage the tire, or it's not good for the tire, and maybe we have to prohibit all tire repair shops to use this easy method to fix the tire.
Yeah.
Was I clear?
Yep, very well done. Yes, and it really is a temporary repair, because you don't take the tire off the rim. You can't establish if there's any damage caused inside the tire. It may have damaged the steel belts, and in New Zealand we have that repair system as well, and they push a rubber plug into the tire and glue it and pull it back through. We have laws saying that if you can't do repairs on this part of the tire, the sidewall or the shoulder where it goes from the side to the tread. The only place you can do those repairs is in the tread. But it's up to the tire repairer to make the judgment, is it safe to do this repair, or is the tire now damaged and unsafe to use? So the only law we have is no repairs on the side or shoulder, and the rest of it is to the judgment of the tire repairer. So I don't know if it's the same in Kazakhstan or not. A good question. Yes, it's a practice around the world. Again, it sort of is a clue as to how expensive tires are, that people are prepared to do a repair rather than replace the tire. So very good question. Awesome. This here is just another diagram of the width, the section height, the sidewall of the tire, and our inner rim. The picture there showing how it works. So section width is the width of the tire, and just note it's the width of the entire tire, not just the tread. The tread here is a bit narrower than the width, because tires all have that slightly bulgy shape to them. I want to go back to the numbers. This here number on the tire. So in this case, our tire is 235 millimeters wide. The height of the side is 55% of that. So a bit more than half. So what's that? Say 130 millimeters high. So our height, 55% of the width. R for radial construction. So those belts are running straight out from here, straight up under the tread and straight back down. And there's hundreds of those all the way around the tire. 17, now we get interesting because we have metric measurement and imperial. The rim diameter is 17 inches. And it's these two here that are important for crash investigation. The number is the load index. It tells us how much weight that tyre can safely carry when it is inflated properly. The letter is the speed rating. It tells us how fast that tyre can be driven on when it's inflated properly. And to understand what it means, we have a chart. This here is the load index chart. So we're going to look for 99, and it is there. So that tells us this tyre, when it is inflated to its correct recommended pressure, can safely carry 775 kilograms. So if we have 4 of those on a car, those 4 tyres are safe for a vehicle weighing 3,100 kilograms. So that's quite a heavy vehicle. Where people get caught out is they may have a vehicle that weighs 3,000 kilograms. It has tyres on it capable of carrying 3,100, but they forget. They fill up with 100 litres of fuel, there's another 100 kilograms. They put 4 people in the car, 4 adult males, there might be another 350 kilograms. So without even any cargo, just by putting people and fuel in the vehicle, they have exceeded the weight rating for that tyre, which can cause it to fail. So it's always worth noting the number, the load index number on your tyre, and establish how heavy the vehicle was in the crash you're investigating. Very important in rural crashes where farmers often load vehicles with enormous amounts of produce to take to market or whatever. Very easily overloaded, very easily exceeding what the tyres can safely carry. And what happens if you drive on them overloaded, we get that over deflection that we talked about yesterday. So the tyre is squashed, it generates heat, and heat is the enemy of tyres. That heat causes the rubber to break down and degrade, and the tyre will blow out. It's same circumstance for the speed rating. The W tells us how fast that tyre can be driven on. We have another chart. So we look for W, and it tells us that tyre is safe to be driven at 270 kilometers per hour. So that means if you pump it up to its correct pressure, you can drive at 270 kilometers per hour, and that tyre will not destroy itself, will not blow out or fail. It's designed for that speed. So it's a very high performance tyre. That sort of tyre is something you would see on a sports car type vehicle. This low profile, the 55% profile, means it's a very narrow sidewall, so it's uncomfortable. It doesn't absorb many bumps. It's designed to give you very precise steering at high speed. So there's a compromise. You get very good steering, but very poor comfort. So most passenger cars are 65 or 70 profile, a lot higher sidewall, a lot more cushioning. Cool. Right. $1,000 questions. How's time? Look at the program here. Right, we're good. Tyre failure. And this is what oftentimes when you get to a crash scene, drivers will claim the tyre blew out, or you may see deflated or damaged tyres on your crash vehicles. So common causes of failure, impact fracture. So the tyre is actually damaged during the impact, during the crash. Cuts and punctures. So that too can happen during a crash. And a bit like the seat belt, if it's failed, it's blown out, the edges of the holes are jagged like a torn seat belt. If it's cut by something during impact, it'll be a nice clean cut, like that seatbelt had the clean cut. The cut in the tyre will be nice and smooth and clean. Curb damage, driving into a curb, crushing the tyre will break the steel belts, which will cause that tyre to have a weak spot, which can cause it to blow out and fail at that weak spot. Stone trapping, that's relating to trucks with the two tyres side by side. Sometimes they go off-road, they get a rock jam between the two tyres. Where that rock is pushing on the two tyres generates a hot spot. Again, heat and tyres do not mix. They get hot enough, the rubber degrades and the tyre blows out. Driving on them flat or driving on them overloaded causes that over deflection that we looked at when we're doing skids. Over deflection generates heat in the sidewalls, and again, the rubber degrades, the tyre can fail and blow out. That's not an accident. That's caused by poor maintenance or poor loading of the vehicle. Poor maintenance for not checking tyre pressures, so it's been driven on while it's underinflated. So again, yeah, heat is the big enemy. Some things to think about with tyres: if you're at a scene and the driver claims blowout, take the tyre and the rim, take the entire assembly. Oh, sorry, question?
Да. Вопрос такой, при...
The question is, when the wheel comes, when the tire comes into the bumpy roads and in the so when the wire blows, and this is the cause of the crash, and how we can identify that this when we inspect the vehicle, or there is a special procedure how to identify this thing?
Yep.
That the reason is the blowing of the wire.
Yeah. Yes, we will show you that in 2 more slides. I've got pictures and we'll show you what to do. So let's start now. Tyre blowout. It's very uncommon for a tyre to just blow out all by itself. It is caused by something. The main cause, overloading or underinflation. What that does, it creates that over deflection. The tyre wall, sidewall, instead of having a shape like that, has that squash shape. The edges here get very, very hot because they're flexing as the vehicle moves. So they generate a lot of heat. That heat causes the rubber to lose its strength and to start breaking down back into its component powder. Eventually, enough of the rubber degrades that the tyre actually blows. So I'll show you a picture on this slide here. This is a tyre that is blown out. What we can see is jagged tears and this discoloration around the tyre. It has been driven on while it's too low a tyre pressure, so underinflated. The sidewall has become extremely hot and the rubber breaks down and goes into this powder. If you see this, take the wheel and the rim to your tyre shop and ask the tyre technician to provide you an opinion on the tyre. They will take the tyre off the rim, and inside, if you see this powdered rubber, that is the classic sign of a tyre driven on, underinflated or overloaded to the point it's failed. And looking inside the tyre, we see this discoloration where the tyre has got very hot on the edges. and further up in here. So near where it connects to the rim, that tyre, because it's been squashed, is generating heat. The heat causes the rubber to turn back into this powder, and eventually the tyre fails. So the belts inside break, and that there is a blowout. Again, caused by not inflating tyres properly or by overloading the vehicle. Modern tyre manufacturers, you don't see this happening on a correctly inflated, correctly loaded tyre. Modern tyres are built so much better now that a blowout is very rare. So like I say, blowout typically, 99% of the time, caused by poor loading, poor maintenance. But your tyre fitter can give you the opinion. Where are we going? Just a little bit on tread pattern. This here is tyres that are spinning on a glass platform. 5 millimeters of water, and this shows how tread depth clears the road of water. The speed is 150 kilometers per hour. So at 150 kilometers per hour with 5 millimeters of tread, the tyre is still able to pump all of that water off the surface and give itself good grip. If we go down to 3 millimeters tread, now we only have these 2 little pieces of the tyre here holding it on the road. That's 2 fingers worth, you know, that much rubber holding your vehicle on the road. That there is supposed to say 1.5 millimeters. Same story, 2 fingers worth of tread. That tread depth is really important when you're looking at crashes on wet roads. The idea of the tread is to pump the water on the road out through these grooves to let the rubber of the tyre touch the road. So tread pattern, tread is just a pump to pump water out from under the tyre and let the tyre touch the road. When your tread gets too low, it can't pump the water out, so we start to have the tyre lift up and aquaplane on the water. So when investigating crashes on wet roads, measure the tread depth. And if it's anything 3 millimeters or under, be concerned. That could be one of the primary causative factors in the crash. The tyres are just too worn to clear the road of water and let them grip. Usually this becomes a problem on corners. So trying to drive around a corner on a wet road with very low tread depth can cause loss of control. The vehicle will slide out. Let's keep that one in mind. Okay. The procedure for tyre stuff in a crash. I will send through a check sheet at some point, a scene check sheet and a vehicle inspection check sheet. And these are forms designed to remind you what to check and what to look for doing your inspection. When it comes to tyres, take note when you first arrive of what tyres are inflated. If you have a tyre pressure gauge, take the pressures, record the tyre pressures. Write down information on the side of the tyre. So all of that size, load rating and everything, make notes of that information. So left front tyre, Goodyear, 215 by 60 R15 95T. That sequence of numbers, that's important. That tells you your speed rating and your load carrying capacity. When you have deflated tyres, have a good close look. Look for cuts in the sidewalls. Look for discoloration. Often when a tyre has been driven on underinflated, even if it hasn't blown out, you may see a bluish purple tinge around the sidewall. Again, that heat buildup is affecting the rubber. So you get this sort of this bluey, purpley tinge appearing on the rubber surface. You may see bubbles or dents in the surface on the sidewall, and that's that rubber starting to separate from the wire belts inside it. If you decide you want the tyre examined, you need to take the entire wheel. So unbolt the wheel and take everything off in one. Make a note of where on the car it was. So was it left front, left rear, right rear? Don't remove the tyre from the rim. Don't do anything to it. Take it as you find it and go to a tyre specialist. Now, a tyre specialist doesn't have to be some university professor, some special technical institute. If you go to a good, reputable tyre service, like you may have Firestone tyre depots across the entire country, you'll have a national chain store. Go to those with the tyre and tell the tyre fitter there, the manager, you're investigating a crash. This is a tyre off the vehicle. You would like them to inspect the tyre and give you an opinion as to, was it inflated prior to the crash? Was it a blowout? What's caused the damage to the tyre? Your more reputable tyre fitters and tyre dealers undergo proper training. They're taught what can cause tyre failure. They're the experts. Let them give you the report. Where the tyre was on the car is important. If you have a vehicle has crashed on a bend and one of the front tyres is deflated, that may well be a cause of the crash. The vehicle couldn't steer because the tyre had failed. So knowing where on the vehicle that tyre was, making that note of left front, left rear, whatever, is really important. You can tell the tyre fitter or the manager at the tyre company that information, and you can ask him what will this tyre failure do to the vehicle's handling? Will it upset the capability of the vehicle? Again, tyre fitters get taught about tyres and tyre failure, but they're also taught about how tyres contribute to the handling and stability of cars. So they are very, very worthwhile people to engage and have a relationship with. Not only that, as we talked about yesterday, they can be helpful if you want some tyres doing test skids with. So it pays to form a relationship with these people that you can then use as part of your investigation work. So yes, that takes us through tyres. Yeah, so tyres, as I said at the start of that, tyres are hugely important. They are what keeps you and your vehicle on the road and lets you drive, turn, accelerate, brake safely. They are hugely neglected, and often people don't understand the importance of that load rating or the speed rating, particularly the load rating for vehicles being used to transport equipment like utility vehicles, small trucks out in the rural part of the country. Farmers have, many of them have no idea about the tyres. So long as they're black and they're round, they're fine, and they're overloading them with too many crops or too many stock. So it's a really important part of the investigation. Consider the tyres and consider the weight of the vehicle and the type of use it's being subjected to. Can be an interesting source of causation for what appears to be a mystery crash. Yeah. Okay, some stuff on mechanics. Common claims from drivers. The brakes failed or the steering was non-responsive. They couldn't steer, they couldn't brake. It is prudent or safe to have vehicles inspected to rule out a failure of brakes, an issue with the steering or suspension, even an issue with the throttle accelerator operation. I've attended crashes where the driver has claimed the accelerator jammed on full throttle and they couldn't slow down. What we're doing with mechanical inspection is, one, we are determining if there is a mechanical issue that may have caused the crash. And two, we are negating possible defenses when it comes to prosecution time in court. We've learnt the hard way. Prosecuted a person from a crash. We got to court and they made a claim that there was a fault with the steering. I didn't have the vehicle inspected, so I could not offer any evidence to counter that. So the defendant was acquitted just because I didn't bother to get something as simple as the steering tested. All it takes is one claim from the defendant that there's something wrong. If you haven't had that tested as part of your investigation, you've left that investigation open for failure. Like tyres, mechanical inspections don't have to be done by specialist professors or whatever. Qualified mechanics at your garage is enough. They know how vehicles work. They know what components are supposed to do, what their task is in the makeup of the vehicle, so they can supply you with information in a report describing that equipment. When thinking about inspections, basically the minimum things to have tested is the brakes, the steering, check the throttle operation, but the structural integrity of the car too. Has it got so much corrosion that the car has been weakened? We have a question. Please go ahead.
Так, можно, да?
Да-да.
Алло. Так, значит, у нас
So it seems
есть интерпретируемый якобы водитель.
there is an interpretation in the traffic rules. He has very poor quality.
Западного, ну скажем. Слышно?
Maybe he could put it in the chat.
Yes, I also asked him to write in the chat box if we cannot hear him well.
Yeah.
So I'll repeat it again. Probably he's speaking in the other device. So we have traffic rules, item 1.3. The driver should have a speed when seeing the impediment that allows him, again, I can't hear him at all.
There's probably a speed to allow them to stop in half the distance.
So I just requested him to write a question in the chat box.
Okay.
I asked if there are other questions.
Yeah. So if not, we'll just carry on. We're nearly there.
Silence.
Silence. Okay, we'll carry on, and once that question's there, we will answer it from the chat. Brilliant. All right, where were we? So procedures, things to inspect. Thank you for that question. Once it is translated in the chat box. We will give you your answer. So hopefully soon. Yeah, so we're testing the mechanical side of the car to rule out mechanical failure as a cause of the crash and to rule out defenses. It can go the other way. It may prove that there was a mechanical issue that caused, was part of the causative factors. But until we have that inspection completed, we don't know for sure. And remember, a qualified mechanic can do this inspection for you. It's just a matter of having that relationship. If you don't have a company that does your work, like servicing your fleet vehicles, sometimes those mechanics are able to do the work for you. Otherwise, it's a case of going to a garage and approaching the manager to arrange for an inspection. But the thing to remember is they know what to look for. Braking is particularly important. When we did the scene yesterday, I showed photographs of skid marks, and I made the comment that if you see skid mark evidence, it tells you straight away that at least some of the brakes in the car are working. They were able to skid the tires. When we do the maths tomorrow, the brake performance is quite important. So having brakes inspected, so the mechanic can say to you, all 4 brakes on the vehicle are working fine, or the back brakes, the brakes on the rear tires have a problem and aren't working. You need to know that information, particularly for doing speed calculations. And we'll show you why that is tomorrow when we do the mathematics. But certainly inspections, very, very much important. And I have different slides here. Sorry. Just, yeah, as I say, get the brakes tested, check the steering, and get a report from the mechanic. Ah, I see the question. Yes. Arta, we've supplied those manuals, haven't we? The course modules. Yeah, they can have them. Yeah, and we can supply PDF of this, can't we?
Yeah, if they don't have it already, I'm pretty sure that they will have it because all the materials were available in English, both in English and in Russian. So
perfect. Yeah. So Svetlana, answer yes, absolutely.
Yes, I did. I was translating everything.
Awesome, cool. Okay, the last bit we want to really touch on in the mechanical inspection is crash data retrieval. This is newly emerging science, and it's about capturing data from the computers in vehicles. This all comes about from the United States of America. In 2012, they passed a law that said every vehicle built or imported into the United States from 2012 had to be able to be downloaded for crash information for research and development. And what it is the computer which controls the airbags in the vehicle is actually sitting there recording what is happening, monitoring what is happening in the car. So it's a bit like we're tired, we're just laying there having a doze, and we hear a loud noise and we'll wake up. The module does that. It sits there, it's just monitoring the acceleration of the car. Is it traveling at a constant speed or is it slowing down? And if it detects that it is slowing down rapidly, like someone has applied the brakes for an emergency, it wakes up and starts recording vehicle speed. It takes a look at how fast the engine is going, the engine RPM, how much accelerator is being pressed. Has it got half throttle, 70% throttle, 100% throttle? Were the brakes applied? And it looks at that every second. Is the cruise control turned on? Are the seat belts clipped in? And how fast is the vehicle going? It monitors all of this information, and if it decides that the deceleration, the slowing down, is severe enough to be a crash, it makes the decision to fire the airbags. When the airbags fire, all of that information that's captured is locked as a digital recording of what the car was doing. And using the Bosch CDR equipment, you can plug into the car's computer port, which is a little port under the steering wheel, and download the information. And it tells you all of the stuff. So you'll see the vehicle speed from 5 seconds from the impact. Every half a second, it will tell you how fast the vehicle is going. This information listed here that we just talked through, all captured, hard recorded by the system. When you buy the Bosch data CDR crash data recovery test equipment, you get the computer that is designed to read the car modules, to download the car, and it generates a large report telling you everything about the car, what it was doing. So it gives us all of this information down here. It also provides graphs showing you how fast the vehicle was traveling, how it was slowing down. So very valuable information, which tells a big part of the story. And like I say, because of the USA's law, pretty much every car maker in the world complies now. So any car from 2012 onwards that has airbags fitted is able to give this information. The catch is that this equipment, the Bosch CDR kit, is expensive. It is around $5,000 to $6,000 to buy the initial kit. And then every time a different manufacturer puts a new module in the car, you have to buy the upgrade cables. So it's an ongoing expense, but it certainly is valuable information. So just something to keep in mind. Perhaps think about it if there is interest. If you do a Google on Bosch CDR, just Google that on the internet. You will find out all the information about it and where it can be bought from in Europe. It's a global product, and it reads pretty much, like I say, every car built since 2012. So very helpful information. That there wraps up the mechanical side of things. I'm just looking at our program. We have a coffee break coming up. But before we do that, I just want to quickly run through a real life case study crash where we can look at some scene evidence and vehicle evidence. But there is a question.
So Mark, Aziz, who tried to ask a question, he's asked whether you have any sanctions regarding paragraph 10.1. I said we do not know the law of Kyrgyzstan.
10.1, по-моему, слышно, да?
Now we can hear him. Let's have another try, because it was too long to write. Paragraph 10.1 is that when pressing the brakes, the driver should have to have such a speed when, in case of an impediment, it is able to fully stop. So it means that it should maintain the speed that in case of an impediment, the vehicle will completely stop. Do you have any fines or penalties in case the driver does not observe this requirement? Because we don't have any sanctions, but in case they do violate this speed limit, and in case of investigation, in case of court proceedings, they would also raise this issue, and therefore we just have to work in a very proximate manner.
So we have similar law in New Zealand. The driver has to drive at a speed where they can stop short of any vehicle or impediment in front of them. And if they don't, because they're driving too fast or too close to behind someone, they can be fined. So we have specific law for it. We call it, we have two different rules. One for single lane road, where you have to be able to drive at a speed where you can stop in half of the visible road. So you have to drive, so if I can see 100 meters of road, I have to drive so I can stop in 50 meters. On a 2-lane road, you have to drive at a speed that lets you stop in the length of road visible to you. So that's how we apply it in New Zealand. And it sounds similar to paragraph 10.1. I'm just going to try and find the legislation in New Zealand. Ugh, it's all in English, it's no good. Yeah, so in New Zealand, we have a very similar law. And I think, Arthur, you talked about that in Poland's law yesterday too, didn't you? Same thing.
Yeah, when I read it, it looks exactly as in Poland, because the regulation says that you have to keep the speed according to all the circumstances, the traffic, how many cars is in front of you, something like that. If you are going in bad weather conditions, so it looks more or less the same. And from last year, they introduced the law that the distance between cars should be half of the speed. So this is what they introduced. Of course, there is always a problem how to measure this. But yeah, fortunately, in Germany, I know it from my experience since I was visiting them. They have devices mounted. Of course, they measure mainly on motorways and expressways, and they fix or they mount this on bridges. And the cameras are looking onto the road, and then they measure the distance between the cars.
Yeah.
But nowadays we are a bit in better position, because small devices like speed guns, I mean laser tag, gives the possibility to measure the distance between two vehicles. And I know, not from my experience, but from media and from my colleagues who are still in the police, that they started measuring this distance between cars, which is of course important. And introducing the law, it's not the solution, because then you have to find out how to measure the distance between the cars, and then if they don't obey the rules, probably you have to punish them with the fine.
Yeah.
I see that there is another question. Go ahead.
Да, пожалуйста.
Yes, in case of road crash, when we prepare the scheme or the layout of the crash scene, we do not have any single table which would tell that you have to link the distance to some, for example, electric pole or some specific object. when making measurements. Do you have any recommendations, or do you have any law which can recommend how to take these measurements when you prepare the scheme of the road crash scene? Because we are still using the old scheme. We link those measurements to some specific stationary object.
Yep. And that is absolutely fine. We do exactly the same in New Zealand. We link it to some permanent object, and that is our reference point. We have nothing in law tells us we have to link it to a GPS coordinate or an official government measurement station or anything. That is deliberate for us because in New Zealand law, if we start linking to government reference points, we have to be qualified surveyors to do that, which is in New Zealand is 8 years at university and a whole lot of money. So policemen aren't doing it. So we do localized plans referencing to any permanent object that we can find near to our scene. Same as what you're doing by the sounds. And we'll talk a bit more.
Yeah, exactly. This is what I wanted to add, that Mark will be talking about this after the coffee break, exactly about preparing the sketches and measuring the distances between the car and the object. So yeah, and if we have time, and hopefully we will have, I will show you quite modern solutions, how to solve the problem with scanners, but it will be later on. So yeah, we will try to explain it more after the break.
Yeah, totally. Good stuff. All right. Hey, just a little bit of a case study to take us up to coffee break. I just want to use this fatal crash. It's one I attended many years ago when I was still frontline crash investigator. But it highlights how the chain of events, the causative factors, combine to create a fatal situation. And it highlights factors from the environment, the roadway, the vehicle, and the driver. So what we have is, this is a rural state highway in a province in New Zealand. This is the scene. The crash happened on this bridge here. Circumstances was a police vehicle is driving down this hill around that way, so heading into Screen. Another vehicle is driving towards us at the same time. It was very heavy rain at the time. The road was quite flooded. We see here there's still water running across the road from the rain. That's the vehicles. And unfortunately, the police officer driving the police car died in this crash. So it was a fatal crash, killing one of our own. So my task was to investigate it, to determine what was the cause of the crash. Why did this crash happen? So we followed our process. We conducted a scene examination. We conducted vehicle inspection and examination. We spoke with witnesses and got their side of things, and we started to reconstruct the scene. I mentioned the water. You can see traces left of water running across the roadway. When I did my scene examination, I found these drains. So the scene is down here. On the hill before the scene, the drains on the side of the road were halfway blocked by rubbish and debris. So very heavy rain, the drains couldn't cope, so the water traveled down the road. The road became flooded with water. So those little drains there became part of one of the links in the cause, part of the causative factors. The roadway drainage system didn't cope with the amount of rain that was falling because of poor maintenance from the road contractor, whose job was to keep these clean. Vehicles themselves, the police car had near new tyres on the front and half-worn tyres on the rear. So the front tyres were very good. The rear tyres were quite halfway worn. That was critical in causing the crash. As the police car came down this hill, it hit the water. The front tyres, with their good tread depth, pumped the water clear. They held on to the road. The rear tyres, because they were half worn, slipped and let the vehicle slide. So the police car developed a slide because the rear tyres were half worn on this very wet road. It then slid sideways down the highway and struck this vehicle. It was hit in the side. We can see there that the damage was halfway into the police car. So a very severe impact. We calculated the impact speed at around 60 kilometers per hour for both vehicles. So not huge speed, but the side of a car is very weak, so not much protection. The airbags in the police car did not fire, and we initially thought that was a fault. When we started doing the PDOF, looking at the impact forces, they were coming into the side. The computer said, well, there's no point firing my steering wheel airbag because the forces from the side, that airbag won't help. So it decided not to fire the system. It worked absolutely correctly. The airbags weren't going to add any protection, so they weren't fired. The police officer driving died as a result of this crash. The man in the other car had severely broken legs, but he survived. The other part of the causative factor was the people part, the human part, and it was the user choice. The speed at which the police officer decided to drive his vehicle down through that very wet road. Now, the area has a speed limit of 100 kilometers per hour, and we calculated the speed of the police car at the moment those back tires started slipping at 92. So the speed was under the limit, but it was still too high for the conditions he was driving through. So it was a combination of poor decision on speed by the police car driver, half-worn tires on the back wheel, on the rear wheels of the police car, and poor road maintenance, allowing excessive water to sit on the road surface. So we had those three things combined all at the same time to make this crash happen. Could we prevent the crash? Yes. One, if the officer had have made a better analysis of the road conditions and slowed down. Two, if the patrol car had have had four new tires fitted instead of just two. And three, if the maintenance work was done more regularly to keep the drains clear so the water could drain. Any one of those three options could have prevented that crash from happening. And that's the sort of thing that crash investigation will tell you. We'll identify what are the things that caused this crash. If we took one away, would it stop the crash happening? Probably yes. So a tragic lesson to learn, but an important one in terms of it changed the police policy on tyre maintenance and tyre rotation. So they changed our minimum tread depth rules to 5 millimeters minimum for police cars and regular checking of the tyre condition. The driver training, more focus was given to hazard analysis when driving, studying the environment, making appropriate calls as to speeds and driver actions. The road maintenance contractor got a severe shaking up, so they increased their maintenance activities. So there were positive outcomes from it, but unfortunately it took someone dying to get those things done. But that's the nature of crash investigation. I guess it sort of highlights, let's bring all of these up, then we'll have coffee. The crash causation. If we look at causes, most of what happens is the human part. A human makes a mistake, a human does something silly, which will cause the crash. Part of it is the road conditions, the road safety side of things. Are there median barriers? Is the road surface well maintained? Vehicle defects, modern day vehicles, very rare. Older vehicles, as components wear out, can happen. So if you're looking for areas of causative behavior, causative factors, the majority is the actions of the road user, your driver or your pedestrian or your cyclist doing something silly. 30% the road conditions, and about 10% vehicle defects. Remember, these all overlap, and when you get that overlap in the middle there, come on, stupid computer, it's playing up. When all of those three areas combine, that's our crash event. So by taking away any one of these three areas of causation, you can prevent that crash. So it's a sort of a simplistic look at crash investigation. So looking at the time, if there are any questions, we can take them now, or you can have a coffee and we can take them after coffee. I think we'll have coffee, huh?
Yeah, I think we can do the break now.
Yeah.
I want to refer to the CDR data, but we can do it afterwards, after the coffee break. It doesn't matter if we do this now or a bit later. So yeah, since it's almost 11, now 12. So we can meet 12:30, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so enjoy your coffee and we come back at 12:12.
Okay. Thanks, Arthur. Looks like we're here.
Yeah, I see, Mark, that you are ready, but I would like to ask you to stop sharing the screen because I would like to come back to CDR.
All yours, my friend.
Yeah, and then I will give the floor to you to continue the training. Because I think it's quite important thing, this CDR or EDR, because they use both names on this.
Yeah.
And for sure, maybe not for today, because it's a very, very expensive device for now. I mean, this Bosch device. But in the nearly future, we will be using this as granted, in my opinion. So this, I would like to share with you a short story. I'm not sure that you are aware about the crash of Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods is a famous golf player. So I will show you a short movie with Tiger Woods, and then I will refer to this. But how to do this? I missed the screen. Okay.
Yep, we see it.
Yeah, they're saying nothing during the movie because I will play only the first 30 seconds. So our interpreters can just to translate the information displayed on the movie. Okay. I'm not going to play the movie anymore because it's not about the case. But of course, just I would like to just add that during that case, exactly the EDR system or tool was used because according to Tiger Woods, he didn't remember anything. So how to solve the problem? And the problem was that he was driving his car and suddenly, with no reason, he changed the line and he changed the line on his way and then crossed the opposite line and then hit the tree. So he was severely injured in his leg. So how to solve the problem, how it happened? So they used the device EDR black box, as they call it. And what they found out that he was driving almost twice as good. In that sense that the speed limit on the road was 70. And at that time he was driving 141. So having this device, it's quite easy to find out what was going on during the crash. And the second thing, what they found out was also that he was a couple of times he was stopping with no reason. In that sense that he was driving and then he stopped, and when the green light changed, he was still not moving. So he was accused of driving under influence, and there is a question of what, because no the drink driving check breath testing was done, no toxicology test was done, so they didn't know how to create the accusation to the court, and finally he was released with all accusations because they didn't know what influence he could have at that time. Of course, it was a big national debate if celebrities has bigger rights driving a car, something like that. But it's not about Tiger Woods at that time. It's about using EDR. So having this kind of device, you can find the speed, the movement of the car, something like that. There is another movie that I would like to share with you. It will be exactly about EDR, and it will be a bit challenging for our interpreters because it's in English. I was trying to find out maybe in Russian, but it's not available. But I a bit slowed the movie down, so the guy is talking a bit slowly. But the most important part is movie, so I hope that interpreters will have a chance to translate some basic elements of that movie.
An indispensable tool to investigate traffic accidents.
Sorry. I just want to add, before I play the movie, it is not advertisement. It's not the product placement. I don't get any money for introducing you this kind of device. So I found it during the break in the internet. So no advertisement at all.
Use of EDR data has become an indispensable tool to investigate traffic accidents, expose insurance fraud, and investigate auto claims. In this video, we'll explain what an EDR is. We'll talk about the types of data or data elements that are typically captured in event data recorders. We'll talk about the tools and methods used to retrieve EDR data. And finally, we'll discuss how EDR data is used and who uses it. EDR stands for Event Data Recorder. EDRs are part of a vehicle's airbag computer that's installed in a vehicle during the assembly process. EDRs are sometimes referred to as the black box of an automobile. The airbag computer's main purpose is to tell the car exactly when to deploy an airbag when a crash occurs. To do that, the airbag computer needs to gather lots of information about what the vehicle is doing in real time. Things like vehicle speed, brake status, etc. Much of that information is recorded to the EDR when a crash occurs. EDRs do not constantly record data. An event, typically the result of a crash, must occur to trigger the EDR to record data. There are two types of events that will cause this to happen: a deployment event and a non-deployment event. A deployment event occurs when a safety system in a vehicle is deployed, the most common of which is an airbag. A non-deployment event occurs when a vehicle experiences a very sudden speed change, most typically from a crash, that meets a trigger threshold that is less than the trigger threshold required to deploy an airbag. The most commonly used types of data contained in an EDR include delta V. Delta V represents the speed change that a vehicle experienced during the crash. This can be used to determine the severity of the impact. In addition, most EDRs record at least 5 seconds of pre-crash data. Pre-crash data is exactly that, pre-crash. Pre-crash data elements include things such as vehicle speed. So how fast was the vehicle traveling 5 seconds before impact, 4 seconds before, and so on. Other pre-crash data elements include brake status, throttle position, steering input, seatbelt status, occupant detection, and more. Auto manufacturers are not limited to the amount and types of data that are made available. Many existing systems contain other useful data elements beyond what was just mentioned. As vehicle technology continues to advance, more and more data elements are being added to EDRs. Things such as video images, geolocation, and others, although not widely available today, may be integrated into future EDR systems. Known as EDR retrieval tools, specialized software and hardware are needed to access and download EDR data from a vehicle. The Bosch CDR tool is used to retrieve EDR data from cars made by the majority of auto manufacturers. Over 50 brands of vehicles are supported by the Bosch CDR tool. Hyundai, Kia, and Tesla have their own EDR tools to retrieve EDR data from their vehicles. Using these tools, there are two methods used to retrieve the data. EDR data can be downloaded by connecting to a vehicle's OBD port, which is the same connector mechanics use to access trouble codes and perform smog checks. For severely damaged vehicles, EDR data can be downloaded by connecting directly to the airbag computer using a corresponding connection cable. The retrieved data is the same regardless of which method is used. Law enforcement and private accident reconstructionists use EDR data as part of their accident investigations and reconstructions. Things such as vehicle speed, delta V, steering input, and brake status can be used with other accident investigation methodologies to paint an accurate picture of how a traffic collision occurred. Insurance companies use EDR data to expose insurance fraud and determine liability in auto insurance claims. EDR data provides valuable evidence in hit while unattended claims, who hit whom first claims, occupant detection, i.e. jumping claims, and many more. It is also used to determine the potential for bodily injury based on impact severity. You can find videos that go into more detail on these types of claims on the Crash Data Group YouTube channel.
Okay, I think that we can stop in that moment because the most important things were said already. I hope that our interpreters did their job good and it wasn't challenging for them. And the last screen I want to share before I give the floor to Mark is that one. Of course, just to add one thing that having this kind of tool, I mean this CDR reader is a perfect solution, and probably it will be common in the future since today's cars are equipped with a lot of electronics. So for sure, it is impossible that it won't be available for us in the future. So it's a good point, but sad point here is prices. Again, it's not an advertisement and product placement. Just found this also in the internet that the prices are really high because you can see $700,000, $10,000. It depends how big is the set. Free information is that some of them are not available at that moment, so you won't be in the position to buy them. Can you imagine $27,000 and they are sold out already? So the prices are really high, but I think that maybe you'll have a chance to convince somebody to buy at least one for a big city, because you don't need this for every police car. You need this for a police unit investigating crashes. So at least one in a big city is enough for the beginning. So this is what I wanted to add to this CDR device. Of course, just one more thing. In my country, which is Poland, we don't have it like in every police station. No, it's not like that because it's quite expensive. But I know that they have it in a big police headquarters. They have it. So This is everything from my side. Mark, as I promised, the floor is yours now.
Okie dokie. Where is my mouse? Thanks, Asa. Yeah, interesting, right? That whole electronic data world is developing all the time. The latest trick now is the ignition key for your vehicles, particularly high-end Mercedes, Audi, etc. The ignition key is storing data on your journey as well. So it is linking into your cell phone. It will record all of your text messages, all of your phone calls in and out, and also links to the car navigation system. So it records your trip. It captures speed, location. So there is equipment available to police and military that lets you download the ignition key, and you can get so much information on journeys. So for a crash, you'll get the whole trip leading to the crash, and you will know if they're on the phone making text messages or phone calls at the time of the crash. So that whole electronic world is just growing and growing. But for now, we just go back to drawing plans in the non-electronic world. Okay. So last topic for today, talking about scene diagrams and photography at crash scenes, and that will see us through. So there is an old saying that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and it's exactly the same for a crash diagram. A well-constructed scene diagram will let you rebuild the scene if you need to. So if you go to court and the judge says, I want to see what the scene looked like, because of the measurements you've taken and the sketch plans you've drawn, you can put vehicles back where they were exactly at the time that you took the measurements. Two types of scene diagrams we will talk about. The first one is the sketch plan. The second one is the scale plan. Sometimes you may hear the scale plan referred to as a forensic map or a surveyed scene plan. They're all talking about the same thing, a diagram drawn carefully from measurements taken at a scene. But we start with the sketch plan. Now, the thing to remember with a sketch plan, it is just a sketch. So it is hand drawn. It is not drawn to scale, but it is drawn in proportion. By that, I mean, if you have a bus versus car crash, when you draw your sketch plan, you will draw the bus bigger than the car. You will draw the road wide enough to fit your vehicles on. So it all looks in proportion. It's just not drawn with rulers and measurements. You can include on your sketch plan items of interest, so skid marks, positions of debris from the vehicles, positions of parked cars at the scene, any information that you think may be relevant to the investigation. You can also use it to record measurements onto. So when you're measuring your scene, you can draw those measurements onto your sketch plan if you wish. It's just another way of capturing the information. The good thing with a sketch is if you're drawing it when you're attending the scene, you can take that with you to court and refer to it when giving evidence. It is notes made at the time of the investigation, so they are able to be used as a memory refresher for you giving evidence. It's also a good way to check you've captured every bit of evidence you need to at a scene. Draw your sketch plan, draw on the exhibits or the evidence you have noticed, and have a look back at your scene. Have I got everything in the scene? Have I got it captured? So it's a nice little check mechanism. And let's look at one. So this here, good example of a free hand-drawn sketch plan. Notice it's not to scale, but it's in proportion. Cars are drawn at a similar size and the road's drawn at the right width to allow vehicles on it. There's detail there. We've got the street names. So hang on, here we are. So we have Oak Street and Birch Street. We have north indicated. Why is that important? If we have a crash where sunstrike is a potential issue, knowing where north is, we know that the sun rises in the east, sets in the west. If the sun's somewhere over here, it could be an issue for drivers heading that way. So by capturing direction, it helps you use that. It also orientates your plan. We have labeled vehicle 1, vehicle 2, and shown their intended maneuvers. So vehicle 2 is traveling straight through, vehicle 1 is making a right turn. We've captured the fact there is a sign there and that there is a missing sign here, so no sign. An important feature, the illegally parked vehicle. That there could be a key contributing factor or causative factor. The driver of vehicle 1, when looking up here for oncoming traffic, has his view blocked by that parked vehicle. So maybe that was part of the cause. The driver pulled out because he couldn't see vehicle 2 until it was too late. So all of that information captured in that simple little diagram there, and it actually tells the story of what happened. Moving on from a sketch plan, we go to the scale plan. So a scale plan is a diagram either drawn by hand or by using drawing software where everything is measured at the seam and drawn to scale on your plan. You can use your scale plan to take measurements. So based on all the measurements you took at the seam, you carefully draw your scale plan. You can then measure the length of the skid marks, the width of the road, and everything directly from your plan, because it is a true miniature version of the real seam. So you can use them for making measurements for calculations. They can, what we find in New Zealand, the courts demand a scale diagram for a fatal crash case going to court. So police have the equipment. We measure the seams electronically and produce the plans using computer software. They are a bird's eye view, so it is looking down onto your seam, and it just helps show the layout of the evidence, its relationship to each other. Measurements, many ways to do it, using a tape measure, using a theodolite, which is a surveying device, using laser scanner, GPS, even drones, and photographs can be used to generate scale plans. There's lots of options out there now. And at the end of this, Arthur will show you a demonstration video of laser scanning and GPS drone seam mapping. An important thing to think about with your plans is to portray what the drivers saw on their approach to the crash. So we use a 10-second rule, and we'll talk about this more tomorrow with the mathematics. But what we do is look at the speed limit for the area. So it is 50 kilometers per hour. How far will a car travel in 10 seconds at 50 kilometers per hour? And I can tell you it's around 130 meters. So we will start our scene diagram 130 meters back from the scene itself. What it does, it lets you capture any possible evidence on your way up to the scene. We have a question from Mr. Aziz.
Да, возник. Азиз Ибрагимов. Вы подняли руку. Включите микрофон, пожалуйста.
Все, я включил. До этого я задавал вопрос насчет схемы ДТП.
Earlier, I asked a question about the plan or scheme. Are there any additional measures or functions?
Okay.
To retrieve exactly the picture of the crash. In order, are there other things? Do you have any other things that to make the picture more precise and detailed?
Yeah. Okay. We will show a video at the end of the presentation, which shows the latest, most modern approach. And I'll find a picture of the surveying equipment I mentioned. But at the end of the day, when I started this work, I used a tape measure to take my measurements. The accuracy comes down to how careful you are with your measurements. So, and you can be very accurate with a tape measure, just as you can with the survey equipment, with the GPS, or with the drone. So it just comes down to the cost of that technology and the time you take to draw the plan. I'll try and show you.
There is one more question.
Yeah.
Если интересно, я могу рассказать свой опыт.
If you're interested, I can share my experience.
Yeah.
Пользовался этим методом. Я могу вам рассказать, как я...
I can tell you. Да.
Значит, если интересно, Марку, я могу рассказать о своем опыте, как я могу точно
I can share the experience how we do and what measures are taken in order to retrieve the picture of the crash in details.
Yeah. Please do.
Но он понял мое предложение? Значит, я делаю так. Я привязываю...
What I do, I just link it. So we have identical sketch scheme, and we show the direction of the car and all northwest and east parts. But there were some issues that we have to retrieve, and we couldn't exactly. We have bad experience in my practice. Therefore, I'm asking the question. For instance, 4 wheels on the sketch, we draw it on the skin and on the road. And but this was not so visible, and I took the big nails and I put it and hammered it on the road, so that for the period of investigation, all these 4 wheels which were marked, I put the nails. I used them, big nails as reference.
Excellent.
For the wheels.
Yep, excellent. I used to do the same. For marking seams, I would use paint, but I also had a gun that shot nails, and I would shoot nails into the road for my evidence. And that way it was permanently there, and it made it easy to go back later and take more measurements. So it was especially on a wet road, nice way to mark evidence. So, yep. Totally cool. I've done that. So I've done that myself. Excellent. Okay. Just carry on. Alrighty. So yeah, the reason for the 10 seconds is just to make sure you capture a good appreciation of the approaches to the scene for the driver. It can highlight any view obstructions, things blocking the driver's view of the road ahead. It can highlight any issues with the road surface, potholes, fuel spills, that sort of thing. And it's something that we teach our crash investigators here to do. But the scale map looks like there. That's one completed by crash investigators here in New Zealand. This one is measured using the surveyor's equipment, and I will find a photograph of that shortly. And what the survey equipment does, it is just an expensive, accurate tape measure. It measures down to 1 millimeter precision, and it measures 3D. So we get coordinates left and right and the height. So we can actually build three-dimensional plans. So if we have a hill in our crash scene, we can show that in 3 dimensions. And I'll show you an example of one of those shortly. On the scene, everything you can take measurements directly from it. So it is drawn at a scale of 1 to 200. So 1 centimeter on this plan is 200 centimeters in reality. So if I measure how wide the road is, it might be 8 centimeters wide. That means in the real world, it is 200 times 8, so 1600 centimeters, sorry, 16,000 centimeters, or 16 meters. It's just basically a miniaturized version of the real thing. Everything on that plan has a measured coordinate. So a measurement is taken for every single part. Using the total station, the theodolite, allows lots of measurements to be taken very quickly, which is one of the advantages of the equipment. So I'll just bring over, and this is the sort of equipment I'm talking about, a total station like that. And it just uses laser. It's got like a telescope sight. You aim at your point of evidence, push the button, and it uses laser to measure how far away it is. So it's just capturing measurements using laser. And with the software, should get rid of this. Go away. I'll bring up the software. This here is an example. So the scene was measured. And I'm just going to turn off a bit. Where else do we want? I can't get rid of the background. I'll turn that back on. What it is, this is all those little dots, measurements made by that survey equipment. So every measurement creates a spot on the plan. We can then look at that plan fully three-dimensionally and view all there is to see on it. We can take measurements directly from the plan. So very powerful software. You spend the time in the scene making the measurements, and then it's done. So like, let's measure the distance from there to there, and it tells me it is 3.408 meters between there. So everything can be measured. Everything has coordinates captured. It's that's the software used by New Zealand Police, actually written by a policeman from England, very clever policeman. But that tool is just a very high-tech tape measure at the end of the day. It's simply taking measurements just using laser instead of running the tape measure out. Which takes us on to scene measurement. How do we do our measurements? When we don't have total stations, we don't have GPS and drones, we use tape measure. We go back to the reliable, ever handy tape measure. And there's two ways to conduct the measurements of a scene. One is baseline and offset, which is basically an XY coordinate system. So we'll measure along the X-axis and then out the Y-axis or our offset to the exhibit. The baseline is any line you want it to be. On a road with a curb, the curb itself or the white painted line is perfect as a baseline. Run our tape measure along it with the zero end of the tape measure at some fixed point. So that can be your power pole. It can be any permanent feature near to your scene that you can reference your measurements to, as we talked about before. And for the baseline method, we move along the baseline until we are opposite our exhibit. We then measure out at right angles to the exhibit. That exhibit or piece of evidence now has two coordinates, the baseline measurement or X measurement and the offset measurement, which is the Y measurement. So we'll show that in the diagram. So here we have an example of using the baseline and offset. In this crash, we have a vehicle on the road. So we've created a baseline along the edge of the road. We're using a nearby tree as our permanent reference point, and we are simply measuring from that tree along the baseline and then out at right angles to the point of interest to our exhibit. I've got a table here. So exhibit, baseline measurement, offset measurement. So we have here the left rear of the vehicle. My baseline measurement, 10.2 meters along that baseline. Our offset measurement, 2.4 meters. So that coordinate for that particular part of the car is 10.2 by 2.4. And we repeat that process for the entire scene, for all the exhibits we want to measure. So like for the right rear of the car, we go along the baseline, it is 10.8. Out at right angles, 0.7 meters. For the front right of the car, along the baseline, it measures 13.8 and it is 2.2 meters out from the baseline. A little trick for the right angle, if you don't have a clipboard with you, if you hold your arms out wide and bring them together and clap, that where your arms are now pointing is a right angle. So stand on your baseline, point your arms along it, bring them out together. You are now looking at a right angle out in front of you. It's a quick way to get that right angle measurement. So it works well. It's reliable. I've used this method for many years until I was lucky enough to get access to that total station. Just an example crash scene. Here we have a vehicle, a push bike and a cyclist. And we also have skid marks and a scuff mark in the middle. We have a power pole nearby, so we're going to use that as our reference point. And I will just do a quick fix. Where are we? Sorry, I've lost my screen again. It's got to fix this picture a bit. Okay, let's look how that looks measured up. Here's that scene. Here's our car, our cyclist, our push bike, our skid marks, and our scuff marks. So we've marked the scene. We've marked the corners of the vehicle. We will have paint marking where the wheels are. We've marked the body of the cyclist. So head with the arrow, feet with the line, and just captured the position of the bike. For the skid mark, we've marked that with dots along the length of the skids. And our little scuff mark, we put a spot at the start and a spot at the finish. Those spots become handy, easy points to measure to. we're going to use our fixed point, our reference point, be that tree, power pole, whatever, and we've established a baseline along that edge of the road on that painted road line. And we just do the along and out process. Along the baseline, record the baseline measurement, out the offset at right angles, record that measurement. That's the coordinate for the start of the skid. Along the baseline to the end of the skid mark, out to the offset to the other end of the skid. So we've now captured coordinates for that skid. When we draw our scale plan, we can measure the distance between those 2 points. That will give us the length of the skid mark. But the process is just repeating that along the baseline out to the exhibit. So as you can imagine, in a scene with a lot of evidence, this does take some time, but it's definitely something that is worth taking the time to do carefully and do well, because the quality of your plan at the end of it is directly driven by the precision and care you take making your measurements. So take your time, get all of the measurements you need, and then go back and you can sit down at the desk and draw that plan up. So that's baseline offset. Just remember, 2 coordinates along the baseline, out the offset, and they're at right angles. The other method we mentioned was triangulation. This too uses tape measures. The difference is it has 2 fixed points. It doesn't require a baseline. And what we're doing, we can have 1 permanent reference point. And if we're lucky, we have a 2nd permanent reference point nearby. If not, we can create our own one. We want the 2nd reference point to be on the other side of the scene. So we've got reference points either side of all of our evidence. For triangulation, we simply take a measurement from our reference point to our exhibit. So from reference point 1 or fixed point 1, measure out to the corner and record that measurement. So left rear from fixed point 1 is 12.1 meters. Right rear from reference point 1, 10.8 meters. And we do that, all of those measurements from reference point, fixed point 1, then we go and repeat them from fixed point 2. So now we have our measurement from fixed point 2 to the left rear, 10.4 meters. From fixed point 2 to the right rear, 11.7 meters. It's just, again, taking 2 measurements for every exhibit, but we're not using a baseline. We're just taking direct measurements from our fixed points. Looking at that example scene, we had our power pole, so we've defined that as fixed point 2. We've measured along, let's say we've measured along 50 meters, and we've put a spot there. Excuse me. We call that fixed point 1. We take our measurements to all of our exhibits from the fixed points. Again, 2 measurements for every exhibit. Measurement from fixed point 1, measurement from fixed point 2. And we create a table of those measurements. When it comes to drawing this one, it's a little bit different. We now have to use a compass. And what we do is set our compass. I'll just get my pen going, so I'll draw some examples. We first draw fixed point 1, and we draw our measurement of 50 meters, and we put a cross on our page for fixed point, for fixed point 1. So we have a cross at fixed point 2. We measured 50 meters. So on our page, we might draw it 50 centimeters across and draw a cross for fixed point 1. With our compass, we then say, okay, first measurement from fixed point 2 is 10 meters. So we set our compass at 10 meters. So we have that distance there. So it'll be 10 centimeters on our scale plan. Put the point in and draw an arc. And we do that for all of the measurements. We set the compass to the measurement we measured and draw arcs of that length. We then put the compass point into fixed point 1 and repeat. So our first measurement might be 6 meters. We draw the arc and we do all of our arcs again from fixed point 2, fixed point 1 and fixed point 2. Where the arcs cross is your exhibit point. So we then basically join the dots. So we will be drawing our scene, joining the dots where the compass arcs cross. Takes a bit of time, gets a little bit messy, but the advantage of this triangulation system is that you don't have to have a baseline. It's very good for a curved scene where you have a curved road. You can do, because these measurements don't care about angles, they don't need right angles. It's just a straight measurement from fixed point 1 to your exhibit, sorry, from fixed point 2 to your exhibit and fixed point 1 to your exhibit. So ideal for curved scenes. If you're measuring it by yourself, you can anchor the end of the tape measure on your fixed point and just walk around with the tape measure, recording your measurements as you go. So yeah, it's the drawing that takes a bit of time because you have to draw a whole series of arcs for where your exhibits are. And eventually, once you've finished drawing them, join the dots together, then erase the arcs, and that way you're gonna draw your plan. The scale, that part is always tricky. Choosing a scale depends on the size of your piece of paper. Take the longest measurement at your scene. So if your scene, the length from one end of the scene to the other is 60 meters, you need to establish a measurement system that lets you draw something 60 meters on your page. So you might decide that I'm going to use a piece of paper 50 centimeters long by 50 by 50 square sheet of paper. I want to draw something 60 meters long. 60 centimeters won't fit on it. So what I'll do is say, okay, I'm going to make every centimeter on my plan be 2 meters at the seam. So your 60 meter measurement from the seam becomes a 30 centimeter measurement on your plan. And you can get scale rulers. They're a triangular shaped ruler. They have different scales. Sorry, get my pointer back. These things here have different scales printed on them. So this one is 1 to 50. So the measurements there, that's 2 meters, 4 meters, 6 meters. Using one of these rulers, you can just flip the ruler over on your page until you see that you can fit your longest measurement in. It takes a little bit of guesswork, but just typically hand-drawn plans, a scale of 1 to 100 or 1 to 250 will fit most. A4 sheet, 1 to 250, A3 sheet, you often get a 1 to 100 scale plan in. So if you see one of these scale rulers at a shop, I would grab one, very handy. So you can just quickly flip it over, find the scale that works, and your measurements on the scale ruler are actually in meters. So if you measure 10 meters at the seam, you draw on here 10 meters on that ruler. It makes it very simple and easy. Just remember, this method using the tape measures has been around for centuries. It's reliable. It does take time, but if you take care, you can get just as accurate a scene diagram, scene scale plan as you can using the modern equipment. Just accept that it will take longer to take the measurements, and you will have to take a lot of care with your measurements and record them carefully. But it's say totally relevant these days. If you get lucky and find some funding, if you can get some of the new electronic equipment, so much the better. It makes the task of scale scene measurement quicker, faster, and again, it's about the same accuracy as what you will get using a tape measure. The trick, when police in New Zealand started using the theodolites, the survey equipment, they were accurate to 6 millimeters. And in the crash world, who really cares about 6 millimeters? We tend to be more interested in like the width of the painted line, which might be 100 millimeters, 10 centimeters wide. We don't need that 6 millimeter precision for a scale plan, but the machine is capable of it. So it's just how it was. At the end of the day, the machine was very precise. It could measure down to millimeters, but it only measured what the investigator pointed at. So if the investigator pointed, aimed the device slightly in the wrong place, it would take the measurement nice and precise, but wrong because he hadn't aimed it properly. So again, it all comes down to taking care with your measurements, whatever way you do it. So that'd be scale plans. We'll do a quick run through photography, and then we're just about there. Not going to spend a great deal of time on photography. We're just going to run through some basic sort of minimum requirements of what to do. What to use photographs for. One, they're a permanent and accurate record of the scene as you see it. We can use photographs to capture the overall scene detail, any objects or features specifically of interest observed by you, the investigator, to capture the detailed appearance of something on the road or damage to a vehicle. And the trick here is sometimes you will see in photographs evidence that you may not have seen with your naked eye at the scene. The filters on the cameras can bring out very faint skid marks and make them visible in the image, whereas they're not in the eyes. So taking photos with your cell phone, have a quick look, because you may see some additional evidence that you actually can't see on your first look. The other thing too with photographs is they can help tell the story of the crash. And now I've lost that page. Sorry, it's having technical issues at my end. Photographs, again, the 10-second rule we talked about, and we'll spend some time showing you how to calculate that tomorrow. But a scene walkthrough, so 50 km/h scene area, go back 130 meters and walk down the middle of the road, taking a photograph every 10 or 15 meters. So 10 paces, take a photograph. Another 10 paces, another photograph. It gives you the lead into the scene, and it can help tell a bit of the story as to what the scene's all about. In terms of distortion, a 50mm lens is the closest you'll get to what a human eye sees like. Zoom lenses, wide-angle lenses can distort distance, so it can give a false impression of what the scene looks like. So if you're taking photographs with a camera that has adjustable focal length, use 50mm. At the end of the day, any photo is good. If you don't have access to a more professional level photo with camera with the adjustable lens, use your cell phone. Photos now cost nothing to take. You're only limited by how much storage you have on your phone, so just start clicking. Take lots and lots of photographs. It's easy to get rid of the ones that are no good, but the more you take, the better the record of the scene is. Like I say, in the old days, in wet film, it cost money to print and develop camera photos. Now that it's digital, no cost involved in actually taking the photos, and you can go through and select the photographs you need for your investigation and have them printed as a hard copy for attaching into your report. You want to take enough photos to capture the entire scene so that you can see everything in the scene, and it takes photos of specific evidence that you see within that scene too. So if we have a scene with skid marks, take a photograph of the skids, the entire skid, take a photograph detailing the tire marks. So a photograph showing the striations, the darker edges, things like that, so that you've got photographic evidence you can use to prove that the tire mark you're talking about is a skid mark. Just remember those key identifying points for each different tire mark and use that as a guide for taking photographs. For a scene, the bare minimum is to actually sit there and take at least 8 photographs, one from each of the approaches. So 1, 2, 3, 4, showing the view into the scene from the approaches, and take the fill-in ones from the angles. So you've actually circled your whole scene, taking photographs. 8 is the minimum. Say, don't be shy, take as many as you want as you walk around the scene. Just having a good photograph so that you're capturing that scene from every possible angle. For vehicles, the minimum is 4. We want a photograph taken square on from each side and from the front and rear. So the red cameras are your minimum. Ideally, we want the extra photographs as per the green cameras, and these are photographs taken along the body lines. So that image there, down that side of the car. That one, down that side of the car. Across the back, across the bottom of the back window, across at the door frame there, across the bottom of the windscreen, and across the front. And we do that from all sides. Those photos help show the extent of damage. So a photograph from here, if this car has been crushed and damaged in here, the photograph from here won't show it. You'll just see this side of the car and a nice front edge. This photograph will capture the damage and show you how deep it is compared to the front of the car. So we'll be able to get an indication of the depth of damage from those photographs. So photoing along the body lines gives you those reference points so you can start interpreting the damage. There's one more photo that's really beneficial. So here's a photograph taken aimed at the door, edge of the door from the side. We can tell that this car is damaged. It appears bent. There's damage there. The roof has been cut from the vehicle. So we're sort of looking like perhaps some contact damage in this area, salvage damage there, and we have induced damage happening as well. To really get a good indication of the extent of that damage, the overhead photograph. This photograph here tells the entire story. From here, we can say, hey, this vehicle has impacted something narrow, like a tree or a power pole. We can establish the PDOF pretty easily just by looking at that photo. A lot harder to do from that photograph. So if you can, get the overhead photograph, but do it safely. I took this photograph in a forklift with a cage on the forks that was bolted to it, and I had a harness connecting me to the cage, so I could go up in the forklift, lean out and take my photos. Can be very dangerous, so if you're going to do it and can do it safely, I recommend you do, but just remember your safety is the key part. We don't want you injured just for the sake of a photograph from above. But if you have like I say, if you have a safe way to get that photograph, absolutely. very helpful for the investigator in determining PVOF, vehicle movement, impact alignment, and all of that good information. Talking about the general scene photograph, using objects to highlight tire marks. In this photo, we have little tiny mini traffic cones placed along the tire mark. They just help tell the story of what it is we're looking at, to highlight the fact that there is tire marks there. So they don't appear in that particular photo very well. Photo taken from the other end of the scene, they're a lot more visible. So just use markers to help highlight evidence, but always first photograph the scene with no markers in place, no paint, no cones or anything. Photograph the raw scene, then mark your exhibits of interest and photograph again. So you've got the raw scene, and then you can show by the photographs how you've highlighted exhibits. Again, labels. Exhibit 1 is the right-hand tire mark. Exhibit 2, the left-hand tire mark. Just helps you reference in your report the evidence you're talking about and linking it back to the photograph. Trick photography. Well, it's not trick, it's challenging photography. Nighttime is very, very hard to photograph. If you don't have a professional camera with professional flash units, it is very hard to illuminate a scene suitable for photographs. Don't let that stop you from taking photos with your cell phone though. Just be aware that the flash on a cell phone is quite weak, so you may have to get a bit closer to your exhibits, but just fire away with your cell phone, take as many photographs as you can, and all going well, you'll get usable photographs out of it. This particular photo was taken at 3 a.m. in the morning. It was a very dark scene. We had one street light over there, but all of this area was in shadow. The police photographer who did this one had a very good professional camera, and what he did was he set the camera up on a tripod and opened the shutter and walked around the scene firing the flash gun. So he was filling in the scene with flashes of light, and because the shutter was held open, each time the flash fired, it lit up another part of the scene. So it started putting together this photo based on splashes of light. It's a technique called painting or filling with flash, and it works really well. I should say this photo for 3 in the morning, then the shadows photographed very clear. So yeah, it's a good technique. Without that gear, as I say, just go absolutely nuts with your cell phone and get a little bit closer so the flash can reach what you're looking at. The last one is macro photography or extreme close-up photography. That was the image of the light bulb filament with the glass fused to it. That was done with a special close-up lens on a professional camera. If you don't have that, try it with your cell phone. You'll be surprised at how close and how much detail a cell phone camera will actually capture. I've taken close-ups of my jeans and you can see the denim pattern very, very clearly and very detailed. So definitely try. Don't just say, I haven't got the proper camera, I can't do it. Give it a try. Just start, maybe 30 centimeters from your object and get closer and closer, taking photos all the time. You'll get to the point where the camera in your phone won't focus, so then you know your limit. Come back a little bit and get the clearest photo you can, and you can always crop and zoom in to get the detail. So I think there ended the presentation. And Arthur, I will give you the screen to put your 2 videos up.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, just want to share one picture of the traffic collision report. It's a report about collision with a deer. So this is a bad example. This is something we do not expect preparing such kind of traffic collision reports, but it's only to relax a little bit. So it's a bad example, but I don't know if it's real life or it's a joke, but a good one.
It's yours, isn't it? You did it.
No. And just as Mark mentioned, two short movies, how the situation might look like using equipment to scan the the crash scene. One, he already mentioned that there is a kind of equipment that you can use, and in Poland we are using more or less the same. As Mark showed you already. What I want to add that when I joined police in 1997 in my home city, which is quite small city because nowadays I live in Warsaw, but it wasn't like that many years ago. In my small city, less than 15,000 inhabitants, we didn't have any ambulance, crash ambulance. And today in 2022, we have 0 crash ambulances in my city. But I think that it's a good idea since in my home city, they have each year 3, 4, up to 10 maximum crash, fatal crashes yearly. So I think it's not necessary to buy this well-equipped car. Why I'm mentioning this? Because in big cities, as is a good example, Warsaw, every ambulance, as this first response crash team is using, is equipped with this scanner. Of course, it wasn't like that 10, 15 years ago, but nowadays when they specify how the car should be equipped, it's always the need of the equipment. Okay, but let's go to the movie. They don't tell much, so even for interpreters, it shouldn't be a problem.
Stopper & Associates is a firm who conducts accident investigations and reconstructions. We also teach accident investigation and reconstruction. Today we're at Texas Motor Speedway and we're conducting a controlled crash test using motorcycles and passenger vehicles. Found the Focus 3D allows us to acquire an incredible volume of data. Unlike using a total station where you are picking points at your discretion and then essentially connecting the dots, this is creating millions of dots. So even data that you may not have felt was important at the initial scan, you have access to that data months, weeks, and years later. The laser scanner, we find not only does it acquire a great deal of data, but it does it very efficiently. It's very easy easy to use in the field, very easy setup, easy to transport. I've examined 3D technology for many, many years, and I was impressed with both the cost factor has come down tremendously, but more importantly, the fact that it's the size of the unit. It's all self-contained, data is easily transferable on typical SD cards, and it just works very, very well for us.
What I forgot to add, that this is not advertisement, not product placement. I don't know this company. I found it in the internet, and you can find it easily on YouTube. And the last movie, because they are even more developed, because they are using drones. Give me a second.
So tonight what we did was we created a showcase for crime scene investigation tools. We used Fox Fury T56 lighting that allowed us to light up the field or light up the homicide scene with even balanced lighting to keep our shadow corruption to a minimum. We also had the Fox Fury Rugos that were mounted on the unique H-520 aircraft that was flying the scene. Above that, we were flying one of the Autel Evos to show off how the live deck system works and is able to share information from the air down to the ground to television monitors or video village to share around to multiple locations. We also were able to operate with the Pix4D software tool, so we took all those images that came out of the sky, we dropped them into Pix4D, we put them together in a point cloud using manual tie points for speed. All of it came together to create a fantastic rendered image. Along with that, we had the folks from Sundance Media Group, my team that were operating the aircraft, operating Pix4D, and showing the training that we bring to various law enforcement agencies around the country. So when we put together the Fox Fury lighting system, the unique or the Autel aircraft, Pix4D, and fantastic training, you get superior performance that comes from all of those superior products put together.
Okay, just one more sentence. That what's good about those 3D scanners is that whenever you want to come back to the crash scene, it's very easily, because you can open the application and just to move yourself into that place. You don't have to go by car, but you can see from the picture. And of course, it's also a good opportunity to show other people who haven't been on the crash scene how the crash scene looks like. It's good to even to add this to your investigation, to show to prosecution how the situation looked like. So it's perfect. Of course, it's expensive, but hopefully it will be cheaper and cheaper, since drones are not expensive anymore. And I see that drones are more and more used on a daily basis for police jobs. So hopefully it will be cheaper and cheaper. Probably the most expensive part is the scanner, not the drone, but the scanner. So I keep finger crossed to have it on duty for every police force. Okay, I think we are done for today. And this is a moment for questions if there are any. So if you have questions, please do not hesitate and ask them. Okay, if there are no questions, I think from our part, I mean, Mark's and my part, we can stop for today. I would like to thank you for being with us. I know that there is a lot of information for one day, but it is how it is. Hopefully you enjoy the training. I think we should ask Ritu if Ritu would like to add something. Ritu, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you. Thanks, Mark and Arthur. I mean, you covered a lot, and I totally understand. It was very fascinating presentations with very interesting videos and plenty of practical knowledge and illustrative examples. I myself, with no background in crash investigation, understood and learned many new things, and hope all of our participants enjoyed listening to today's session. I understand it was very technical, but please go through the documents and recordings. Pilar and Idana has shared the link of Dropbox where documents and recording are stored. Please feel free to download and have a look. And personally, I would also like to thank all our participants for making today's session very compelling by raising very interesting questions and showing your active engagement. And if you still have some questions regarding yesterday's session, today's session, please don't hesitate to ask tomorrow. We'd be happy to answer them. And tomorrow is the last day of our training, and I'm very much looking forward to welcome all of you again. And yeah, as we are already late, I don't want to take much of your time. And for today, let's end our session. Have a nice rest of the day and take care. Bye for now. Thank you.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you. Bye-bye.